Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day here, the third day of the OSC 2025 mid-season playoffs number 2. I'm of course your side VIP with you. I'm joined by these amazing players, by the Hoon chats, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all. Again, it's been a very intense week of StarCraft with Maestros of the Game, with our SL, with all our regular weeklies, but now we can slow things down a little bit. Maestros is 2 weeks away, so we do have a little bit of a break from Maestros of the Game. Likewise, RSL, I believe, is wrapping up this week. I believe this week is going to be the finale or the remainder of the playoffs, and then the conclusion of the playoffs as well. So we're wrapping up some of these big major online events, but one of those other big major online events also happens to be OSC, the mid-season playoffs. Again, this is a biannual event that kind of leads into the end of year championship, and it's a way, or what this event is it does pit together the best of the best players in online tournaments. OSC, they're partnered with almost every online tournament out there. OSC, they provide points to the players as they place highly, and they are invited into this mid-season playoffs to duke it out in a big, massive tournament. I'll say there's like 26 Protoss players in this. We got 26 Protoss, we got some Terran, we got some Zerg, and of course we have a double elimination bracket. Double elimination, oh boy, which means a lot more games. This is day 3. It typically takes like 2 months. I think it takes like 2 months to go through the entirety of the tournament, so we're still like in the 3rd week. We'll keep going. Let's go, baby, let's go. Meanwhile, we do have a plethora of matches available to us here. It is going to be 8 best of 3s. 8 best of 3s back to back. We're going to be covering 4 and then going on a short break before the second half of the broadcast. Shout out to all those in the chat as well. I see Sai, John in the chat, Destino screen as well. Big Mac, bienvenidos. Good to see you all, always. As we are going to be featuring players like ByuN, Ryung, Creator, Harstem later on in the broadcast. Up first, we have Demi versus Hydra. They're going to be facing off in a ZVP. We'll jump into game 1. Game 1 is going to be on Tokamak. Let's go. And let's go. Let's see when we work through the event. Let's work through the bracket. And spawning in the top right corner of Tokamak, we have the green Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands. It is Hydra. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Indian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Maturino Esports. It is Demi. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our ZVP. And again, quite some time ago, maybe a year ago, 2 years ago, I would have said Demi was favorite. Demi would be favorite 100%. Demi, he was one of those players that was on that grind back in the SEA, in the Southeast Asian region, of course. But nowadays, Demi, he has basically retired. Now he plays for fun. He does not dedicate as much time to competing, not like he used to, and now he does. I would say his play reflects that as well. He has been a little bit more willing to go for cheese, to go for all-ins, and to spread his wings and to thrive a little bit more. But again, this is not necessarily the Demi that we know and love from a couple of years ago. Here, he's a little bit more laid back. He's less intent on competing as much. I do appreciate that we get to see him every now and then, though, in these OSC tournaments. He's not the most regular player in Open Cups anymore, but yeah, every now and then we get to experience some Demi. Do love to see it. Of course, Demi, he was the Muta King of the Sea, where he used to compete and used to go mutas almost every single game. ZVZ, ZVP, ZVT, you name it, we would see mutas. Nowadays, as I mentioned before, he's a little bit more diverse. He's more diverse in his play. I would expect to see mutas at least once in this series, but we'll see if we go into something a little bit different here. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, a standard opener, Force take the unnatural natural, but outside of that, he is setting up in a standard fashion. Nothing crazy yet. Likewise, Hydra, standard play as well. Oh, I say that. The pylon is thrown down behind the mineral line. Now, this isn't necessarily confirmation, but typically if you hide your second pylon like this, it is to hide tech. It is to make it difficult to confirm what you're doing, so I'm leaning towards a Twilight Council opener here. But we'll see. We'll see. This could still be just like a hidden Stargate, and then you can open up Stalker. We can see it's going to be Adept, not Stalker, so alas, we are going to be moving out to harass across the map, and we'll see what the initial tech is going to be. Demi pulls out of gas, so Link Speed is on the way. Meanwhile, we can see Stargate Opener out of Hydra. Now, the fact that he hid this makes me interested in what comes out. I'm curious if Hydra goes Void Ray. I'm curious if he does open up with a Void Ray here to hunt down Overlords and to hide something greater. Otherwise, it could just be a fake out to lure in the Overlord and just to hide his tech. Mind games are a thing. As things will arrive, they poke in towards the main. I should say that pokes in towards the main. Pylon is going to be cancelled. It delays the third base, so nice damage here by Hydra. Hydra bought enough time for the Adept, and now Demi can't expand. So big delay here for Demi as he cannot expand. We have confirmation it is going to be the Oracle first out of Hydra, not a Void Ray or Phoenix. He'll just go for the Oracle. With this, he'll just be moving out to harass. Now, this is where this placement hurts him a little bit, because this does mean it takes longer to get across the map as opposed to the Stargate being closer to the edge. So a little bit more inefficient, or I should say there's going to be a couple of extra seconds allowed to Demi to be able to get ready back at home. As Demi has Queens in position, no Spore yet. Oh, nice catch. Demi does catch the Adept. Demi finally does expand. Demi's moving in. Ooh, that is going to be an early Roach Horn. That is a sub 4-minute Roach Horn timing out of Demi. Now, Demi sees the Oracle, so there's no reason to get a Roach Horn this early on to be defensive. This should be aggressive. This should be an aggressive timing here from Demi, as he knows that it was a Stargate opener. He's aware. We do have the early Twilight Council follow-up. Interesting. So this Twilight Council is early enough where I have to assume that it's going to be Glaive Adepts. Technically, this could be a delayed Forge and delayed Forge and Blink. It could technically be a Blink build, but again, based on the timing of this, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Glaive Adepts. We'll see. Keep an eye on Hydra. If we see a Forge, then we can confirm Blink. Moving out, and we're waiting for the upgrade of choice. So just to move in, again threatening a shade. We have the money for an upgrade. We have the Chrono. No, that looks like a little bit of a misclick. As Hydra, he should have his upgrade on the way. He did just Chrono as well, but didn't quite actually select it. So a little bit unfortunate. That's going to be a big delay. The delay may be long enough where it might not be worth going into Glaives anymore. That's that's unfortunate. Hopefully we don't waste a second Chrono on the Twilight Council without anything being researched. Adepts are dealt with. Again, Hydra's fixating on the Adept control, and hopefully he does notice soon. Hopefully, yeah, this is meant to be Glaives. It was meant to be Glaives. We have all these Adepts, and there's no upgrade. No shot. And that is really impactful. These Adepts are going to be weaker than they otherwise should be. Feels Glaives, man. And again, we'll see when Hydra realizes. As I mentioned before, at this point, it might just be worth going straight into Blink. It might just be worth not even wasting time with Glaives because it's too late. But he doesn't notice. Yeah, he does not notice. He commits. Hydra, he has the money for it. Now, how many roaches do we have? Only 2? Okay, never mind. Who needs Glaives? Who needs it? Vanilla Devs, they go in, and Demi, he does not have roaches. He went for the early Roach Warren, but the roach production is almost non-existent. He's got 4 roaches to defend. Adepts, they bust in. 12 drones already go down, and we're not done. We're not done. Who needs Glaive Adepts, Pappy? True. As, oh god, this is becoming game-ending damage. It's going to be 21 drones going down. GG gets called, and Hydra with the Glaiveless Adepts takes game 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Demi, he did have the early Roach Horn. If you recall, I assumed that Demi was going to be going for an earlier Roach push, but Demi was droning. Demi, he was droning, he was saturating, he was not actually making Roaches. He had 2 Roaches to defend. He had 2 Roaches, so alas, at Demi, he was caught out. Unfortunately, he was unable to confirm the aggression that was coming his way until it was too late. Until it was too late. GG, well played with that. Hydra does take the lead. Oh, there we go. Hydra does take a lead in the series, and now we're getting to game number 2, and we'll see if Demi can recover. Again, that was a rough game 1, considering that Demi had the tools to defend, right? His Roach Horn was done in time, but he just didn't see the move out. He didn't confirm what was happening. He didn't realize how much danger he was in, and with that, GG. With that, GG. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Ancient's Cistern. Oh, hello. We have the green Protoss player, the green Protoss himself, leading the series 1-0 from the land of the Netherlands. It is Hydra. Spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Indian Zerg player, we have the red Zerg representing Matcherino Esports. It is Demi. I wish I knew when he realized. I'll be honest, there's a chance that Hydra won that game without knowing he did not have Glaives. there is a chance that he had no idea. Oh no. And it worked out anyway. It did work out anyway. From here, we are going into our openers. We're moving out across the map. Well, the Ancient Cistern, it's been many years since this has been in the main map pool rotation. Ancient Cistern was in the map pool, what, back in 2022? 2021? It's been a while. It's been a while. I'm going to say, I'm thinking. So we had Altitude and Gresvan. We had, was Ancient Cistern before Cosmic Sapphire? Or after? It was after Eternal. I think it was Eternal Empire into... what was the pink map? There was like a pink/purple large map, which was right after Eternal Empire. And then Cosmic. And then Ancient, I think. So 2022. I mean, I gotta look it up. I'm lucky in 2022. Let's see. OSC. Ancient Cistern. No, I was a year off. 2023. It was January of 2023. I was a month off, Papi. I was a month off. No. But there you go. There you go. So it's been a couple of years. But yes, this was the macro map in its time. It's very large, a lot of bases. Not too many contested expansions, so because of that, we would often see a lot of late game. We'd see a lot of turtling on this map. As we are going to get into a Twilight Council opener. Ooh, okay, hyper aggression. I mean, see, this time he does it. See, last game you're like, yo, that's crazy. You know, analyzing the pylon placement. It was still a Stargate. Here, throws down the pylon behind the middle line, and he goes into hidden tech. Like, this makes sense. We should have seen this in game 1, but it's fine. So again, he does hide his tech. It is going to be further back. It is going to be more difficult to scout. Demi, his own overlord, is going to be denied. Another tell that something is wrong is the Stalker. Typically, you would open up double Adept. You'd open up with your Adepts to harass across the map. The fact that there's a Stalker here is a sign that something is wrong. Now, there are some Protoss players that just go for the Stalker just to fake out their opponent, and they still go for the Stargate anyway. But here, I mean, now you're less certain. Now there's more ambiguity as to what the Protoss is up to, and the Overlord cannot scout because of that Stalker. The downside is that now Hydra can't really threaten with Adepts because he's down to 1, so he cannot one-shot drones. So there's a bit of a give and take here, which does mean that Demi, he's uncertain as to what's happening. Behind this, we have 3 more gates on the way, and we're going into a DT-based opener, not Glaives this time. We're going for the Dark Shrine. So Dark Templar on the way. Quack. Aye. Bienvenidos to the promo guy, Just Ducky. Bienvenidos. Once again, we have a 4-minute or a 3:58 Roach-Warren timing. So the Roach-Warren is going to be done in time for this, but what about detection? Okay, we have one spore here at the natural. Third base is exposed. Prism moves out. Prism is spotted by the Zergling. Debbie knows. Debbie's aware. There we go. Spores on the way at the third base. Debbie is getting ready. So I just waddling in. So far, no major damage. Again, the spores are ready, lings are out, and I mean, Hydra does trade well, but the game will continue. So from here, DT opener into Archon drop, but we do have Immortal production behind this and no third expansion. Typically at this point, we would be seeing a third base and Hydra would be building up into a macro game, but the fact that we're getting to +1, the fact that we're getting to Immortal production already, leads me to believe that this may just turn into a 2-base all-in. Hydra Rabbit's out with the Zealots. Raise against the Lings. That's all the Lings going down. Hydra trading well. Trades well, pulls away. Yep, we have a gateway explosion, 2-base all in. So it's going to be a 6-gate. Oh, sorry, it's going to be an 8-gate. 8-gate, 2-base all in out of Hydra. To reinforce, we've been, of course, making sentries. The Immortals we can reinforce with slow lots. And just send them. Oh, that's the Prism takes a lot of damage. Let's not go down. Demi's rejoining. Just lost some workers. Demi's rejoining. Demi, he should recognize that there's no base. He should see there's no expansion. We need an army. Demi, he's getting up to 56. I think this is okay, but we have to start army production soon. 56 roads. Like, now it's just pure roaches. Now we need pure roaches, pure army. Protoss is coming. Pulls away. Okay, massing up more roaches. A little bit of a concern here is lack of Ravagers. Okay, we have 2 Ravagers on the way. As a big part of this all-in is going to come down to the force fields. So Ravagers are necessary, and there's only 2. We need more than that. So I'm just moving in. So 3 Immortals behind this. That's a lot of Immortals. To the Lings. Yeah, Lings, they go down, and Wolves, they go for the Roaches. Force Fields, they do clog up with his Queens. He just commits anyway. Yeah, he just commits in. Roaches are going down. And Hydra will lose 2 Archons. Okay. We'll lose 2 Archons, but there's still 3 left over. Yeah, he breaks through. Yeah, Hydra, he breaks through. GG gets called. He overwhelms the army. And Hydra, he pulls off the 2-base all-in. He will claim the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Again, Demi, he had a limited Ravager, so he had no secure way to deal with the force fields. Likewise, despite the concave, I guess the early damage was a little bit too much there. The army was not able to amass up in time, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Hydra did end up breaking through. My condolences to Demi as he does go down. Game 1 was really unfortunate. Again, game 1, he just didn't see the all-in coming. I say all-in. Didn't see the adepts coming. He didn't see the move out, so he was just caught with his pants down. Here, we had more of a back and forth, and Demi was setting up, but at the same time, the DTs and the Archons did a great job at dealing damage early on to set up for the eventual push, for the eventual all-in. GG. GG, well played with that. Again, Hydra will claim the series, and we're going to be advancing on to our next round, to the next matchup here. It's going to be a PvP. We got a lot of matches ahead of us here. Again, Damien versus Hydra, Lemon versus Minovik, Ryung versus Young Yakov. It's a lot to get through. And this is going to be an interesting one. Again, Lemon, for those who don't know, Lemon, he's the best player in all of Taiwan. Lemon is a very strong player, but rarely does he ever play in open cups. So we don't often get to see Lemon against some of these other players from Europe, from the Americas as well. So always exciting to see, and we'll see how MinnowVK compares. Oh boy. Lemon versus MinnowVK is going to be our next series here. Jumping to game one, and game one is on Ley Lines. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the Taiwanese Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. It is Lemon. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Sassum Gaming. It is MinnowVK. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats. Coming into this, I do lean towards Lemon. As I mentioned before, Lemon, he's a very strong player. He can take it to the best players out there. And MinnowVK, it's going to be a tough challenge. It's going to be a tough challenge here. MinnowVK, of course, in recent times has been doing a lot of streaming, doing a lot more casting, has been devoting a little bit, playing a lot more SC Evo, 2v2s, has been devoting a little bit less time to purely 1v1 practice. But has branched out in some big ways, and it's always important to note that you never underestimate MinnowVK either. Despite his dedication to other aspects of StarCraft, still is a very solid player, and still does actually pop off from time to time. I'm always surprised when we see MinnowVK come in and take down Shameless, for example, or some of these other big European players. You dip in. So far, again, just 2 gate opener out of MinnowVK, 2K opener out of Lemon. 2 gates, I meant to say. And from here, we're just settling into a standard game. There's no proxy. There's no attempted shenanigans here. We're settling into a standard PvP. We're calming things down. Again, we're a little bit spoiled when it comes to like Classic and Hero and Max Packs and Showtime and the other top Protoss players, because we rarely ever get to see this. This is a rare sight currently in in PvP, is going for 2 gate openers into expansions into a third base. This is seen like maybe once, if that, in a series. But yeah, we're just slowing things down here, getting to a more macro setup, and from here we may just go the distance. We may just go for a well-timed third base, both players. If there's no pressure, if there's no aggression, then we can look to get into the mid game. Comes down to how aggressive our players will plan on being. It looks like the players did have some latency issues at the time. It's all good. Or something came out. Maybe some Uber Eats at the door. Maybe. As we're getting to blink. From here, we can soon take a base. When it comes to aggression, we'll be keeping an eye open for extra gateways. If we see a 3rd and 4th gateway from Lemon or a 3rd and 4th gateway from MinnowVK, then we can assume aggression. But for the time being here, there's no extra gateways, so we're just expanding. As I mentioned before, we're just building up into a 3rd base. Very passive PvP here. which is a little bit more common amongst the Europeans. But we're seeing it here between Lemon and MinuVK as well. We just take a third base. Minu should be doing the same. From here we fully saturate and we can build up in towards the second upgrade of choice into Charge. This usually leads into Blink Stalker, into Charge, into then Archon and Immortal support if we can get up to 4 bases. Into that more refined kind of like Death Bowl of an army. So far that's the direction we're heading in. Yes, from here we can see MinuVK is going to be breaking out. Again, getting a 4th base, so it's Minu, like Lemon and Minu, I should say. They just get their 4th bases. And we're just going to be building up from here. Like, again, this is a variation of PvP that does happen from time to time, where it's just very, very passive, and we're just looking to build up and max out. I say max out, like build up and like a tech up. So let's try massing. Minu's taking his base. Minu, he does start to move out. He gets spotted. Yeah, Minu is spotted. Lemon, he responds. He's racing back to protect his 4th. So when he has time to respond. Does get here in time. Yeah, his Archon has arrived. Oh! That's been control. Saves the Stalker. So pulls away. And MinuVK is hoping to try and force a cancel. He blinks in within the immortal range. The Stalker's going to go down. That was a brutal blink. Almost every Stalker falls. Lemon takes the fight. And those are expensive losses for MinuVK. As he bled out most of his Stalkers. Does get 1 immortal. Thankfully does get 1. But now he's running as Zealots. As Zealots go down, these Stalkers have to get the hell out of here. Get out of here. Oh my god. Minu trying to keep pushing though. He's going to keep moving in. He wants that Immortal. The Immortal is exposed. And the Immortal does go down. Okay. Not a bad trade here. I mean, with the non-stop Warpins, MinuVK, he might just barely break through and overwhelm. Yeah, the Immortal's not going to help. Not against the Zealots. We need another Archon. Zealots are a big issue here. And Mindle, has he done it? Yeah, it looks like he has. The War Prism has arrived. He goes for another Warpin, and MinuVK, he breaks through the main army. Again, Lemon, he only had the 1 Archon. He never morphed in another. And Mindle, he does it. Breaks the army, gets up the 4th base. From here, he can get a kill. Get a kill. From here, he can push into the 3rd. Now we do have Archons morphing in. That will help. got a couple of Archons. Mino has to be so careful with his engage. As Zeltse just melts. Oh, crazy blink! He should not have done that. Yeah, he blinks in and he's gonna lose so many Stalkers again. That's the second blink of this game. Mindle. As the lead that he just once had, it's not there anymore. He just lost every Zealot. He lost most of his Stalkers once again. Just misreading the situation, blinking into the army. And MiddleVK's in a rough position. He had to end the game there. He had to end the game then and there. Remember, MiddleVK, he's down in upgrades, he's down in tech, he's just now getting a Temple Archives. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Lemon. Mindle does have the fourth, that is helping. Lemon not too far behind. Lemon, he has momentum, he's got his base is now fully operational, and Lemon should just be able to overwhelm. And again, MiddleVK, he was so close to ending the game. He was doing very well when it came to his push. I want to say that the moment he lost momentum was when he stopped moving out, when he stopped pressuring the army, when he started to focus on the base itself, the fourth base. If you recall, that was the moment where Lemon was able to warp into Archons. He was given time to warp in High Templar, to morph in the Archons. Then eventually take the better fight. Still just reinforcing. Moving in. Defensive warping. It does warping defensively. Shasha Archon pushing in. The rest of the army does take down the base. Yeah, a little bit of a waste of DPS there, but I mean, there's just no army to help him. Lemony just keep pushing, takes down the expansion, keeps moving in. And MiddleVK just outscaled. GG gets called. Lemon, he will take game number 1. He'll take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG well played. It does take a lead, and we'll see if he can extend that lead. We'll see if MiddleVK can bounce back. Again, that game was quite close. MiddleVK, he had a really nice timing early on when he hit the fourth base. He was able to hit Lemon before he could really get any additional Archons, and MiddleVK, he was killing him. He was trading well. Until he overextended, right? I mean, there were a couple of key moments here when we saw him blink forward into Immortals, into Archons, and lose all of his Stalkers. That happened twice throughout the course of that fight. Likewise, I also feel like he maybe gave Lemon too much breathing room when Lemon fell back to his third base, and when MiddleVK opted not to chase. Decided not to chase, and instead to focus on the fourth. But here we go. We're now getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the Taiwanese Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. It is Lemon. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player for System Gaming. It is MiddleVK. Good. So they're going to be settling in. Last game was pretty passive up until the players expanded and took their 4th bases. I'm leaning towards that again here on Maganatha. But we'll see. After taking a loss in the first game, ByuN might be pressured to do something more drastic here. Be more chaotic. From here, no proxy, no pylons out on the map. So far, just 2 gate opener versus 2 gate opener. So once again, we're going for a more tame approach, at least in the early game. Both players will expand. When life gives you lemons, blink forward. Ah. Oh no. I suppose so. I suppose so. Not like this. Not like this. Now we do see a Lemon taking his own natural base. ByuN should be doing the same. And then from here we can just build up, and once again we'll keep an eye open for the gateway counts to see if we go for a gateway explosion. Otherwise we're just going to slow things down, get a 3rd base again. Maganatha is one of the larger maps in the map pool, so slowing the game down and taking up, I mean, is more viable here. Twilight councils are on the way. Here we go. From here we should be getting into Blink Stalkers. Should be. As it looks like just like the last game, we're just expanding. We're just expanding, getting a 3rd base. There's no signs of aggression here. You can see that both players are taking their 3rd bases before the robo, which I would say is risky. It is risky here, but so far both players are feeling confident. The risk you take here is that if there is a proxy Dark Shrine, then DTs could kill you. But there is no proxy, so they can safely expand. Mindle's still opting to delay his robo, goes for the Forge, earlier +1 for ByuN. Lemon not too far behind him. From here we're going to saturate our 3rd bases and then build up into the 4th as well. I will say when it comes to responding to a move out, you'll have more time to react here on Maganatha. It is a larger map, longer rush distance by ground, so again there are just more chances that you'll be able to see the move out and to get ready for it. Just like last game, we should be working towards Blink, into Charge, into Archons and Immortals. The next step there, if we get there, if we get up to 4 base saturation, would be to throw down a Bay and then get into Disruptors. But I don't know if we'll go that far. After we establish the gases and take another expansion. as we are going to be taking up. So Lemon once again the first player to go for the Temple Archives. Hallucination will confirm, and we'll see if Middle moves out soon or if he also throws out his own Temple Archives. So we have a gateway explosion. More gates on the way, but with the Temple Archives, so we're just gonna take up. Just taking up. Now there's a higher chance that we're just gonna chill and then max out on 4 bases. Remember, the big difference last game is that MinnowK did not get the Temple Archives until after the push, but here he's actually getting it earlier. Lemon getting his 4th base. Prism is on the way. With this War Prism, MinnowK can start pushing. He can start being active. We're playing No Rush 10 minutes, Matthew. Let's go. I'm ready for it. I mean, our players should soon be starting to be active here. Once our 4th bases get up and running, now we can start moving out. We can start posturing. Almost there. War Prism has arrived. Oh, okay, so we're not using the War Prism to push, we're using the War Prism to harass. In the top right-hand corner of the map. So how is it to engage? Here comes that Zealot run by. Moving in. They hit the expansion. Lemon, he has time to respond. Ideally, you want to go for these run-bys as the opponent is distracted, but yeah, Lemon able to focus on the defense. Doesn't quite commit. Does charge forward. Again, there are what, 5 Archons here to defend. Despite that, Delta breaking through. Yeah, Lemon, he breaks through. He's getting on top of the Archons. There's just not enough support. And the Archons are going down. Down to 2 Archons. 2 Archons left. Down to 1. And down to 0. And Lemon is just overwhelmed. At the same time, Archon does hit the mineral line. Getting into the 4th base. Lemon just snowballs out of control. And there is no standing army. This handful of Zealots, a handful of Stalkers. But against this, he can't really do much. GG gets called, and Lemon, he does take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A pretty straightforward game number 2. Game 1, I want to say that MinnowK had a chance to take it. I'm still thinking back to the crazy blinks that he had where he lost a lot of momentum. I'm referring to the moment where he didn't chase the army into the 3rd base as well. Game 1 definitely could have gone either way. Game 2 was more one-sided here. Lemon, I mean, both players just calming down, just building up. Lemon had the faster 4th base. He had the better saturation. He had the larger army as a result, and these small little differences were enough for Lemon to actually take a bit of fight and just overwhelm with a larger force. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Lemon does claim the series and it does advance on to the next round. Up next, we're going to be featuring our next set of players. Again, we have 8 best of 3s tonight. 8 best of 3s for the OSC mid-season playoffs. And up next, we're going to be jumping into a ZVT. We're going to be featuring Ryung versus Young Yakov. This is going to be an interesting one. Now, Ryung, he is one of those players that is a specialist. He is known for his TVT. He has arguably the best, if not some of the best TVT in the world. Against other races, he's a little bit more vulnerable here. And Young Yakov has also been on that grind. Like, he's one of those rising, I say rising talents. It's one of those things where in recent times, Wayne has been committing and devoting less time to StarCraft, and as Wayne has dropped down, Young Yakov has risen up, as he has been grinding the ladder that much more, and has been improving. And we'll see how it compares to Ryung. Here we go. There we go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. It is Young Yakov. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, I will say that this should be a closer one. Taija was favored against Demi. Lemon was favored against Middle VK. Here are Ryung and Young Yakov. I do favor Ryung. I do lean towards Ryung here, but we'll see how our players will approach this. Ryung, he's willing to play mech. He's willing to spice things up. Especially in the current meta, mech has been more viable, of course. Been seeing it everywhere. Do we see it here? So now we get into our standard. This is no crazy 2-rank Reaper or 3-rank Reaper. Here, just hatch gas pull into ranks expand. When it comes to Young Yakov's play, he has been typically very standard in this play. He hasn't really been one to embrace, say, mutas too much. I want to say Wayne dips into muta play a little bit more than Young Yakov. In saying that, I haven't really seen too much of Young Yakov in recent weeks, and we have had a meta shift in ZVT. I'm referring to, of course, DreamHack Dallas, right? Post-DreamHack Dallas, we've seen most, if not all, Zerg players start playing Roach into Ultra Tech. It has been very standard and very meta, but I don't know if Young Yakov has also embraced that. We're going to find out. Ooh, as the Reaper's in position. Nice block, nice analysis. The drone does get denied. SCV towards the left, Reaper towards the right. Young Yakov cannot expand. A brutal start here for Ryung. That's Ryung who does deny the base. Oh no, he comes back. No! Oh my god. Does force out another gas geyser. Second Reaper has arrived, one for each side. Lane speed is still on the way. And this is actually getting out of hand. This is becoming a bit too much. Young Yakov now moves out. Finally, Young Yakov can expand. But again, that is a very late third base for the Zerg. It's going to slow down the economy. Slow down the production. Slow down everything. Slow it all down. From here, Ryung getting to a 3cc into starport, so economic opener here out of Ryung. third CC before Starport into a 1-1-1 into Banshee play. To Cloak Banshee. So everything looking standard. Everything looking normal so far. Rally does threaten the base. No way in. Also no saturation. Like again, the droning here has been very delayed for young Yakov. So it's been a very shaky start. It does go for a double Evo chamber as a follow-up. This is very greedy. This is heading into a longer game state. Basically, young Yakov delays his lair and he delays his Baneling Nest in favor of upgrades. So quite a greedy move here from young Yakov. We'll see if he can get away with it. This does mean that, again, his Baneling speed timing is going to be delayed, which can come into play for the 7-minute move out. As Ryung is going for the double eBay behind this as well, after the Raxes. There are builds where you go for double eBay even faster. If we saw that, then it would lead into an 8-Rax, into a 3-base all-in, with a 2-2 timing. But I don't believe that's happening here. As we attempt to dive on the queens, but the queens, they can hold their own. No detection. Uh-oh, free damage. Yeah, free damage on the queens, and one queen is going to go down. Gets one. Should get two. Oh, there's no lair, right? Because, yeah, no. It's all playing into itself. There's no lair because of the double eBay. Because of the double eBay chamber even. So the range is just getting free damage. Lings will defend. But those were some rough losses. Losing two queens. Thankfully, Ryung did overextend with the Hellions. So Yakov, he survives. Behind this, we're rushing into Infestation, but okay, this is indicative of Ling Bane into Ultra. I say Ling Bane, do you see what I see? I see no Baneling Nest. This is looking like the Raynor style of play. I wasn't sure if anyone else had tried to adopt it. Basically, if you've been watching Raynor recently in ZVT, he's been having some very mixed results, that's me being generous there, by going for this style. Going Ling into Ultra. And specifically, you skip Banelings, you skip Roaches. I think you still get some safety infestors, but the goal is to rush into Hive and rush into Ultra Tech. I say that it has some mixed results. This is basically an alternative way to get into Ultras compared to the standard way, which is just Roaches, where you go Roaches into Ling Bane Roach Ravager, or into Ling Roach Infestor, then into Ultra Tech. By skipping out on Roaches, this army is a lot more fragile. It's a lot more fragile to the main army move outs. But it's also greedier. It also allows for faster tech, faster hive, faster ultras, slightly. So this is very risky, and young Yakov is very reliant on surrounds, very reliant on infestors and fungal growths. Ryung, he does move out, clearing up creep. His tanks are sieging. Thanks to siege, rocks, they just ensure that Ryung cannot get surrounded. Things they try to collapse in, but they cannot. Yeah, they cannot. Where's the Infestor, by the way? I believe we had one. That's at home. The Infestor's not with the main army. Ling's going for a massive counterattack. And we're going for the base trade. So Ling's ate the third base. Ryung is just going for the kill. We need that Infestor. We need that. Without a fungal, we cannot defend. Heavy Zergling goes down. There we go, the Infestor now added to the main army control group. Things they don't get the tank. Oh no, it's Dust Knight with the Infestors, still down to one. And at this point it looks like it's too late. Even if we land a fungal, there's no follow-up. Like there's nothing to support the Infestors. Ryung, he just tanks the fungal. He just tanks it. And he does it. He breaks through. He breaks through. GG gets called. Ryung, he will snowball out of control, and Ryung, he will take game number 1. GG. GG will play a very solid game out of Ryung. Meanwhile, from Young Yakov, again, I'm still not convinced by this style. Even Rainer struggles with this style as well. When I say this style, I'm referring specifically to the build of going Lings, skipping Banelings, skipping Roaches, and going Ling into Hive, into Infestor, into Ultra. It's very, very difficult to pull off. I do feel like you have to be reliant on your opponents being a little bit more passive. Or at least like faking aggression and trying to force your opponent to be more defensive, but otherwise it's so difficult to stop a Terran player like that and to stop a push. GG will play it. I mean, it also didn't help that despite having the Infestor, it was just chilling back at home for most of that fight, so it didn't help either. But here we go. So we're getting a game at number 2 and spawning in the top right corner of Tokamak. We have the South Korean Terran player, we have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Zero player himself. Down in the series, we'll see him bounce back. It is Young Yakov. But again, Ryung, he also had just a really strong start. It didn't just come down to the build of choice of the style, but also if you remember, Ryung, he heavily delayed the third base of Young Yakov, which again also was brutal. We saw that Ryung, he was also able to punish the late lair as his Banshees were able to kill and snipe extra queens. There was a lot going Ryung's way, and Ryung, as we load into Tokamak, CC first. Let's go. Again, CC first is a little bit more viable on these larger maps. It can leave you vulnerable here to early Roach aggression and early Roach timings, but if you can assume that your opponent's going to play standard, then sure, you can get away with a CC first. So a greedier build here from our Terran. The downside, of course, is delayed Rax production, delayed factory production. But if your opponent's not being aggressive and not going for an all-in, then you're safe. You're going to be safe. The other downside, of course, is late Reaper, which means late Reaper scouts. Ryung, he also did not SCV scout either. So as we mentioned before, like going for a Roach all-in would excel against this kind of build, but Young Yakov's playing standard. So just hatch gas pool into the eventual third at a much cleaner timing. And from here, we're just keeping an eye open for... Oh, hello. Hello, Mr. Roachhorn. Curious here. So the Overlord did get eyes on the CC, the fact that it's already finishing up. I'm curious if, I mean, he saw also no SV Scout, no Reaper Scout either, so he knows. Yeah, he knows it was CC first, which means Young Yakov, his response here is to go for Roach aggression, which is a good response. His goal here is to punish his opponent for the lack of scouting. Third CC is on the way. Oh, and we're going to be attempting mech. The problem here, all in. Again, Young Yakov is just going for the all in. This is the correct thing to do against ACC first. And there's going to be nothing. If it was a standard opener, we could see like attempted tank production or Banshees. Banshees would help a lot here, but there's not going to be anything. There's not going to be anything here as we have Raxes on the way. We have purely production, and here comes Young Yakov. The all-in hasn't spotted, the all-in has been confirmed. Ryung, he evacuates the natural. I mean, he cannot fight at the natural base. Things already busted in, SCVs are going down, and Young Yakov is here to end the game. He's here to end the game. Breaks through the front door. Again, Hellions, they just tickle roaches. Ay, ay, ay. And essentially, this is a build order win. Build order win here for Young Yakov. I say that the Marauder has arrived, though the Marauder will help. Again, as we mentioned, Ryung, unfortunately, he had zero scouting information as to what was going on, just far too greedy. And he was even going into mech behind this, not a Banshee. Oof. Lings gets around the Marauder. And there's nothing here. GG gets called, and Yakov does tie the series up 1-1. We're going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Again, just really greedy play there out of Ryung, and really nice response out of Young Yakov to punish. Now, it wasn't just about the opener, and it wasn't just about the response. It also helps that Ryung, he went for a mech behind it as well. Typically, in that kind of game state, you would have a starport with a tech lab with Banshee production, and Banshees do help greatly against that sort of all-in. Likewise, if Ryung was able to move out with his first set of Hellions, then he would have actually seen that an all-in was coming his way, but he didn't, so he had no scouting as a follow-up either, so he didn't see what was coming, which means he had no bunker. He had no defensive setup at the top of the ramp. But that would typically be how you respond, is to wall up on top of the ramp and just abandon your natural base, lift it up, evacuate, and pull off that defense. But Ryung had no vision. He saw nothing. And here we go, we're getting into game 3, and we'll see how this story ends. We'll see. At spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, tying up the series 1-1. It is Young Yakov. Again, Ryung just punished for his hyper greed last game. He was punished. And Ryung, I'm sure, is going to be a little more tempered coming into Golden Aura. Golden Aura, it's also been a while. It's been like a year or like, what, a season? Since we have embraced this map. Maybe 2 seasons at this point. But Golden Aura, of course, is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Longer rushes and spy grounds, and a relatively secure 4-base setup, thanks to the ramps. We do often see a lot of late game on Golden Aura because of that, or we saw a lot of late game on Golden Aura. We'll see if that's applicable here as well. Likewise, because of the narrow entrances here into the natural, into the 3rd base, we have seen a lot of gasless openers out of Zerg players, but that is not going to be the case for Young Yakov. Young Yakov playing standard. Maybe we're scouting sometimes when going mech. I mean, it's one of those things where if Young Yakov was playing standard, then Ryung would have been fine. It's not just mech, it's a combination of going for a CC first and mech as well, right? Because of the CC first, there was no SCV scout and there was no Reaper scout, so like, just hyper greed from Ryung. And again, good response by Young Yakov. Fungal nerf coming in clutch. As a reminder, the build that Young Yakov was going for in game 1 is just really risky, really difficult to actually make work, and even Rainer struggles with it. Which is why I'm not too fond of the builds. I'm not too fond of going pure Ling into Ultra. In my opinion, it's a little bit much. Like, the stars have to align too much to actually make that work. And we have seen it work, it's just difficult. So here we go. As from here, we're just going to be building up. Ryung is going for a third CC before starport. We do have our standard economic opener here out of Ryung. Ryung is going to be punished. Behind this very fast layer. Okay. That is a, what, 3:35 layer timing? Very early here from young Yakov. With the early layer timing, this can lead into a couple of different things. This can lead into, say, a Ling Queen all-in. This can lead into a Ling Queen Nidus all-in. This can lead into 2 base Muta. We'll keep an eye on the gases here. 2 gases is enough to make a Nidus Worm. We'll see if we go up to 3. We'll see if we go up to 4. So we'll keep an eye on the gas count. Link speed was researched. And no Overlord speed. If there was Overlord speed, then I would assume Link Queen Drop Lord all in. No Overlord speed. We do have an Overlord here on the right hand side. The main base is relatively large, and yep, Nidus. So again, 2 gases, Nidus all in, does make plenty of sense. We have the Overlord here outside of the main base, we have an Overlord here outside of the natural. It's all or nothing for young Yakko. So here we go. Going for the Bailey Nest here is kind of weird. The game should not last long enough to get into bailing speed, so we're going to have some slow bailing supports, which can help, I guess. It's a way to spend the gas. But again, it's all or nothing. Ryung, he has limited vision. He has not confirmed. But these Lings are going to be thrown away. They deny some mining. They force an overreaction. Here we go, Nidus into the main base. Bange is in position, and Ryung will defend. He shuts down the first Nidus. Nice positioning with the Hellions. Hellions, they roast up the Lings. And Yakov is bleeding out a lot early on. Lings, they peel off into the mineral line, into the bases. Nidus is going to be denied. Lings, they can get a couple of SCV kills here, but it's going to be worth it for Ryung. As Ryung did focus on the Nidus, and that's a win condition. Just deny the Nidus worms over and over again. One Nidus will finally get up and running. Bailing speed has just begun. Again, I don't see it really factoring in, but sure. It's on the way. It's coming. Back up Nidus into the main. Banshee to respond. That's a lot of queens. Now, as the game goes on, we're building up more tanks, right? The tank count is building up. Ryung hasn't lost too much. You can see Yakov getting ready for the main bust. How many tanks so far? 0. The first tank is still on the way. And Yakov is joining. Ooh, he is joining up. So this tells us that Yakov, he believes he cannot kill Ryung. He cannot kill him, and I would agree. At this point, it's just taken too long. This does mean that, I mean, now we have a follow-up, now we have bailing speed. The problem, though, is that young Yakov, this was an all-in. And even though he has something, oh god, Jesus. As bailings are shut down, they do not break down the front door. But the problem being here is that young Yakov, he's down in workers, down in economy, down in bases. Sure, he's getting a 4th base, but Ryung can soon expand. And more importantly, the upgrades. 0-0. 0-0 upgrades here for young Yakov. Meanwhile, 1-1 is soon going to kick in, and Ryung can move out with the upgrade lead. So Yakov has a lot of catching up to do. Oh, there's no spores. Oh, God. So far, just keeping the queens at bay. One Banshee does go down. Nice snipe. Nice snipe for the Banshee. Ryung pulls away. Ryung establishes his own third base. I would say it's really crucial here that these Nidus Worms slow down Ryung and keep him busy. So there is a way for Young Yakov to recover in this game. It's not going to be easy, but he has to make sure that Ryung stays home for as long as possible. Also, I do like the idea of potentially taking up into lurkers before any upgrades. Again, the gas income is very limited right now for Young Yakov. He's getting Hydra upgrades though, he's not getting a lurker den. If we were to rush into lurkers, then you could just slow the game down and buy time. But even then, it'll be difficult. Like, even then, the den will not be done by now. As Ryung is steaming in, splits against the Bailings, he spreads well, and Ryung, he should overwhelm. As Bailings, they crash into Hellbats of all things. Ryung, he breaks through the main army, cleans up all the Lings, all the Bailings, all the Queens. GG gets called as Young Yakov's all-in failed, and Ryung moves out, hits with 1-1. GG. GG, well played. As Ryung, he will claim the series. Again, there's a reason why we call it an all-in, is because you're all-in. When it fails, you are so far behind, and it is so difficult to recover. As you mentioned, if Young Yakov was able to find a way to keep Ryung busy at home, whether it comes down to Nidus Worms, Link counterattacks, not committing, not throwing away too much, but just threatening the bases, then potentially you can buy enough time to try to recover, but you'd have to cut corners in other ways. But alas, he was unable to do that. Nidus Worms were dealt with, and Ryung did snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are now getting into our fourth series. Ryung does claim the series here, does take down Young Yakov, but I appreciate that we had a back and forth. You know, Ryung, he was punished for his greed in game number 2, so at least he had to respect Young Yakov there when it comes to trying to cut too many corners. But that leads us into our fourth best of 1. Let's go. Let us go. Again, 4 out of 8, so we got a lot to get through today. We got a lot to get through, but we're going to be jumping into a PvP between Art and Ziomek. Let's go. We're going to have some Polish on Polish action. Let's go. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the pink Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, also from the land of Bologna, from the land of Poland. It is Ziomek. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, on who you think will take it. Again, Art and Ziomek, 2 players that have been very active over the years when it comes to online tournaments, online events, but Ziomek has been less active as of late. Ziomek, he's taken a bit of a step back away from competing, away from practicing full-time. As a result, Art is going to be the heavy favorite, for sure. Art, he is coming in as a heavy favorite. Art, he is one of the stronger Protoss players in all of Europe, not just in Poland. Of course, Art spent some time in Korea, was even able to translate for FEL. He was the translator for SOS. And we'll see if Ziomek has something cheeky up his sleeve. But now 2-gate. 2-gate opener out of Ziomek, 2-gate opener out of Art. Art comes in with a probe scout. Art is looking for the second pylon. And we'll see if Ziomek does attempt to hide it or if he just throws it down back at her. And just moving in with the scout. So it looks like a standard opener here from both players. Did like the 2 build out of Zerg, nice early pressure. Bearing in mind it wasn't all in, game 2. But yeah, I mean, it was just a really good way to punish Ryung's greed, right? It was just a really good way to punish the greed by committing to an all-in in game 2. Did punish. Here we go. From here, we're just going to be expanding, taking our natural bases. Ooh, as I believe that was a probe. Yeah, the probe went down. That should not have happened. So a little bit of miscontrol there by Art, losing that first worker. as we're just stabilizing and getting into a longer game. So 2 gate opener into expansion. From here we should be seeing Twilight Councils. Oh, never mind. Art does go for a robo opener. So a big diversion here from Art. So this is a very safe way to play. Robo openers, what does this entail you to? This allows you to get early observers for detection across the map, for vision across the map. Allows you to get early immortal production for a more defensive and robust army. And it does allow you to harass a little bit with a Warp Prism. So that is going to be available as well. But for the most part, this is considered a safer way to play. The reason for this as well is that you're going to be losing map control because your opponent should have Blink, right? With Blink Stalkers, Jomek will have the Mass Blink Stalker, he'll have map control, he'll have a more mobile and versatile army. It's going to be up to Jomek to make use of that and to poke in, right? To poke in, poke out, get some key pickoffs, threaten Blinks into the main base, threaten Blinks into the third base, and just be as active as possible. From the side of Art, he's going to be taking a more defensive role, turtling up, building up, and then pushing. You have the early Prism, early Forge for earlier +1. Now this can lead into a Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts, and this can lead into like a 2.5 base Immortal Glaive Adept all-in, which is a very popular way to follow up a Robo Opener. But first things first, we're going to be opening up with the quadruple Sentry Drop. So this is a build, this is an opener that has risen in popularity. Oh, just moving out with 3, not with 4 sentries. I get spotted. Get spotted. Now the goal here, this is to harass the mineral line. The goal typically is you move in with 4 sentries, you drop into the mineral line, you force field the workers in, and then you kill as many probes as possible. This is a different variation with 1 Stalker. Behind this, there's the Immortal Production, there's a Twilight Council. But the problem here is that Jomek, he saw it. He saw it coming, and you can see he's in position. He's ready in the main. He knows, like, this is a build that's been permeating throughout the meta over the past couple of months. So he's ready in the main base. His army is ready at the natural. Alright, he does threaten the dive. Remember, he has force fields, and we'll see if he can force field the mineral line. Not quite, to get the armies in position. And Jomek should defend. He should be able to force this back. Takes down one of the Adepts. We'll lose a high NG Sentry. Second Adept goes down. That was a decent trade for Art, losing 2 Adepts for a Sentry. Sentries typically have more value. And Art is not going for Glaives, he's going for Blink. Okay, so just Immortal Production, early +1 into early +2 into Blink. How many gateways? Currently we're on 2, soon to be 5 gates. And we could throw down a 6th gateway and turn this into a 2-base 6-gate all-in. Jomek, meanwhile, staying on only 2 gates himself on a very low gateway count and expanding. So Jomek is being greedy, Jomek is expanding, Jomek is focusing on his economy. Meanwhile, Art is getting ready for a 2-base all-in. Oh boy. So Art is going to have a massive army. +1 is already done. Blink is being chronoed as we speak. And the Hallucination is checking for an expansion. Jomek checks for the 3rd. And we need shield batteries. We need batteries here. There we go. 1, 2, 3. He knows. Yeah, he knows an all-in is coming. Throws down 3 shield batteries. Art is moving out. Art does expand behind this, so he will have a follow-up. But this is very committed. This is very dedicated out of Art. And here we go. Again, he has to at least break the expansion. Otherwise, Art will fall behind. And RT should be able to. Yeah, there's no charge. Force fields a zone away. Oh, I'll pick up. We'll lose 1 Stalker so far. Basically getting low. The Immortals are a little bit too far behind. And now they're moving in. Now they can impact the fight. No more force fields, not from Jomek. No sentries. And the base goes down. Yeah, the expansion goes down. Very nicely done. Again, this is the bare minimum that are needed. Takes out the base, takes down the 11 probes, and now you can just keep pushing. You just keep on going. Again, Jomek just being a little bit too greedy. It took him too long to recognize it was a 2-base all-in. I mean, yes, sure, Art is expanding, true. But, like, this is not being stopped. This is not being stopped. He has 3 Immortals. Alright, he will get a 2nd Immortal in a couple of seconds. That will help. Just a 2nd Immortal. Ooh, does dive on the Prism. Prism goes down the immortals as well. Very nice target firing out of Jomek. Very nice. I mean, that was maybe the best fight he could have hoped for. That was crazy. Focus down all 3 immortals, and Jomek holds. Jomek, he holds onto the natural. But remember, Jomek, he has no expansion, and Art now does. Art, he has a 3rd base getting fully operational. As you mentioned, that was maybe the best fight that Jomek could have had, but it's still not enough. He still needs more. Just now, Jomek re-expanding. Jomek does take the immortal lead. And headed towards the Temple Archives. This tells us that most likely he's just going to turtle up. And suddenly Art is a player with the Mass Blink Stalker. Can he force a cancel? Oh. It's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it does force a cancel. Oof. Jomek, he just wants to expand. He just wants a base. No. And again, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Art. Jomek's on the timer. He's on the timer. He has to try to end the game soon. How many gates is he on? He's on, let's see, 6. 6 gateways. This is not really enough to facilitate for an all-in, as Art is ahead in gateways, ahead in production, ahead in economy. Now, once again, what does Jomek have? He has more immortals. True. He has no mortal lead, so we can maybe try to leverage that. If he can fight Art's army one portion at a time, if he can engage with only these Stalkers and not the Stalker Zealots, then maybe, right? Like, there's a chance that Jomek, he can try to deal with it. But if Art brings everything together, which he is, then Art should take the fight. He splits up some Stalkers, but it looks like, yeah, flanking army. He can maybe come in from behind and dive on the Prism. Yeah, already sees it. He wants that Prism. He wants it! Oh no, the Prism! Oh, the Prism sieges. Prism goes down. No reinforcements. Aye. Nice snipe out of Art. Very nice snipe. And now we come in for the surround. We come in for the surround. Jomek, he has nothing left behind this. Gonna be focused down. GG gets called, and Art, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A solid game there out of Art. Again, Jomek, unfortunately, it took him too long to realize how committed Art was. It took him too long to realize how late the 3rd base was, how many gateways there were, and how dedicated Art was to his push. Again, borderline all in there from Art. I say borderline just because, yes, he did expand behind it, but he was heavily reliant on actually doing damage with his force. And remember, what did he get done? He killed the 3rd, he got 11 probe kills, and he also traded well against the main army. So Art, he got everything he needed. I will say that Art did overextend. If you remember, he stuck around too long at the 3rd base, and he actually lost 3 immortals. Like, I was shocked to see how well that fight went for Jomek. He killed 3 immortals, he killed the War Prism. I would say that that was maybe the moment for Jomek to throw down extra gateways and to just push, and not to expand, right? He just won the fight, he just reset the immortal count. That would have been the moment to just send it across the map, throw down again like 2 extra gateways, make a chrono out of War Prism, move out and try to end the game, because the longer the game went on, the worse it was. So GG. GG, well played. There were some nice moments for Jomek again. There were some nice moments, but wasn't quite able to bring it all together. And now we're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylines, we have the pink Protoss player with the pink Protoss. We have the Polish Protoss representing the Latin Heroes. It is Art. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself. From the land of Poland, it is Jomek. Go. Go. Alright, so here we have a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Ziomek, 2-gate opener out of Art. Here we go. And we'll see where our players do deviate. Remember, winding it back here, both players did just go for a 2-gate opener into a natural base last game. It was Art that did go for the earlier Robo, which allowed for the earlier Immortal timing, as I was able to strike with 3 Immortals. And we'll see if Art goes for another Robo, or if he goes for something different. Twilight Council, Stargate. You do have options in PvP. Have options. And speaking of options, there it is, Stargate opener. Okay, Art mixing it up once again. Ooh, Ziomek, did you just see that? Ziomek, he did. So nice scout by Ziomek. The probe was able to survive long enough to actually get eyes on the tech of choice, and Ziomek, he knows that a Stargate is coming. Now, a Stargate opener honestly is a little bit reliant on the lack of not having a scout and getting across the map a little bit unscouted. With a Stargate opener, this should be an Oracle. Should be an Oracle to get across the map, to deal economic damage, to give yourself an economic lead. Yes, Art does have a later expansion. That is true. This is a late Nexus compared to Ziomek, but the Oracle was meant to make up for that by killing probes. The problem, though, is that Ziomek scouted, so he knows what's coming, and he should be getting, a safety shield battery. 1 shield battery is enough to keep your mineralized safe, as a shield battery will out-heal the DPS of an Oracle. So Ziomek, he's responding well. Now we could see Art double down, and this could be a single Oracle opener into a second Oracle. And 2 Oracles, 1-shot workers. They do 1-shot probes, so it doesn't matter how many shield batteries there are. Shield batteries won't stop units from being 1-shot. So we could commit a little bit harder. But that is an earlier Twilight Council follow-up. Okay. Hallucination confirms. Big scout here from Ziomek. He confirms no second Oracle. And further tech. So Ziomek should be feeling pretty good. Zero clips in. Gets a couple of probes. And Art is pushing. Alright, he's gonna be moving out. Behind this, doesn't have really too many gateways, just a 3-gate setup. But Blink is almost done, and Art, he's going for a Blink into the main. Let's go! Going for the dive, going for the Blink. We do see that behind this, Ziomek is going into 4-gate Blink Stalker, but it takes a little bit longer for that to really come online. Ziomek needs a little bit more time for the gateways. Art does expand. Blink is complete. We'll see what Art can get done. Eric's in. Nothing major yet. Opted not to go into the main. pokes in. Oh, trying to bait him in. And he, oh, it does work. It does work. Massive stasis trap. Stasis trap goes off, catching out the stalkers. Ah. It does catch him out, and from there, Arch can just overwhelm. Oh, the Immortal comes out just in time. Okay, nicely timed. The Immortal has arrived. Now, what's important throughout all of this is while all this aggression is happening, Art is on 3 bases. Art is on 3 bases. Art is saturating. Ziomek is trying to catch up, taking his own third. Art didn't kill Ziomek, but did contain. Did contain and now has taken an economic lead. Setting up shield batteries. Oh my god, setting up all these stasis traps. Art is getting ready for the counterattack. Art knows that in a head-on fight, Ziomek is going to be favored thanks to the Immortals. So Art just getting ready back at home. Massing up. Again, pushing into this is not cheap. Look how many stasis traps there are. Pushing into this is not going to be easy. Oh boy. Ziomek is going for it. I mean, Ziomek has to push is the problem. Because of how late the third is. Ziomek pulls away. Does pull away. Again, Ziomek cannot push into this, and Art is able to take a nice lead. He's able to saturate, add faster saturation, that's more important. So has had more mining. Taking up. And expanding. Okay, now from here, there are still ways to recover. There are ways to go for run-bys, counterattacks, whether it's Zella run-bys, Zella drops, trying to take up a little bit faster, making use of your mobile composition. Again, making use of all these stalkers. There are ways to try to recover here. I mean, I say recover. Ziomek does have faster +1. True. +1 is on the way. Second Forge for double upgrades. Bold move. Bold move. Art is going to be pushing forward. Oh. And pushing into a CranKy here, Ziomek, he can try to pull this off. Behind this, no shield barriers here. No shield barriers at the third base. Ay, ay, ay. And Art is pushing towards the third. Prism goes down. And the Immortal's able the first thing to fall. Yeah, from here, Art will overwhelm. Breaks through the main army. Boys are being pulled. Unfortunately, Ziomek has mainly a stalker-based army. Meanwhile, Art's was more complicated. Archons, Immortals. And Art will dominate. GG gets called, 22 probes go down, and Art will take the series 2-0, taking down Ziomek. GG. Whew. GG, well played. With that, Art will claim the series. Art will advance on. congratulations. Shout out to Jomek because Jomek did have some opportunities both in game 1 and in game 2 as well, but again, maybe was just a little bit too tentative when it came to trying to be active or trying to find some damage across the map, trying to take some risks. They weren't quite taken. But GG, well played. Art does claim the series. Again, Art did come in as the favorite player, but a shout out to Jomek because again, there were some nice moments for Jomek as well. He was able to hold his own at a time as well. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, and with that, we are halfway through the broadcast. Again, we have 8 best of 3s to work through here, and up next, we are going to have GG Machine versus Night Phoenix. We're going to be going on a break. We're going to be cutting to a break here, and when we come back, we'll have the remainder of the broadcast. We're going to have GG Machine versus Night Phoenix. We're going to have Art versus Homono, the other Art, not the Polish Art, and Creator versus Harstem at the end of the broadcast. So we have some more matches ahead of us, and also ByuN. ByuN is going to be featured later on as well. For now, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the second half. See you then. See you then. See you then. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, I do apologize for the extended break, but we have returned. We've returned with our next series with the second half of the broadcast, with the second half of the OSC Mid-Season Playoffs number 2, Day 3. Again, it's a really big bracket. It's a massive bracket. It's a massive event, and it is a massive event, and we are here to work through it, as best we can. It's going to be jumping into the first game of the series. It's going to be jumping into GG Machine. Sorry, for the first game of the second half. Going to be jumping into GG Machine versus Night Phoenix into a PvZ here on Golden Aura. Let's go, Poppy. Let's go. For some greater context, I believe the winner of this series plays against ByuN. Ooh, the winner does play against ByuN. So again, it's a massive bracket. We'll be going over the bracket after the cast as well, as it can look a little bit quite daunting just because there's just so many matches going on at once, or just so many series that have to be played out. But here we go, spawning in the bottom hand corner of Golden Aura. We have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg player himself. It is GG Machine. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Astronaut Esports. It is Night Phoenix. We are building up. So we have GG Machine getting into his own standard opener. Likewise, Night Phoenix is known for more aggressive builds. Night Phoenix has been less active as of late. Night Phoenix is a really fun player to broadcast, a really fun player to follow, but he has been a little bit less active. He hasn't been competing too much, and as a result, he typically does go for some more quirky and more aggressive builds. I don't think he's really one to go for like a standard like Stargate opener into third base, into +1 blink, into the mid game, into like Sky Toss. Yeah, as we fake a cannon rush. Let's go, let's go. Does fake the rush. See in the chat. Oh, quack, Pappy, quack. We have any needles. All right, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Setting up. Okay, no major deviations yet. We're still just waiting for the Cybercore, waiting for the initial tech of choice. Pylon is going to be thrown down a little bit closer to the main base, but not behind the mineral line. So we're leaning more towards Stargate play, but we'll see. We'll see if Night Phoenix does deviate from the norm and go for a Twilight Council opener. Our eyes are mainly going to be on Night Phoenix, as typically GG Machine does react and respond. Typically. So it is, there's a Stargate. Stargate is thrown down. Oh. From here we do expand. Expand, let's get a third base. And I think should be doing the same, getting a third. So far, the opener has been stock standard, Stargate into a third. But I'm curious as to the follow-up here. That's what I'm mainly looking out for. When it comes to the Twilight Council timing, when it comes to the Forge timing. Things do move in. They attempt to catch out the Adepts. Not quite able to. Second gateway's on the way. Get the second gateway. And GG Machine just playing standard. Evo Chamber into +1. By now we would have seen some tech here. 2 more. Oh, okay. We're throwing down extra gateways. No Twilight Council, no Blink. No Blink, warps in some slow lots to defend. I'm a little bit perplexed as to our setup here. As we're getting up to 4 gateways, no upgrades. I did say earlier that I expected Knifings to do something different. Okay. A quirky build. He does skip the Twilight Council, going for a second Stargate and rushing into Mass Oracle. Are we going to go Mass Oracle? Or are we going to switch into Void Rays? Are we going to go for the Fleet Beacon? Otherwise, we would already have one. But this is something crazy. Okay. Again, I was having a hard time piecing together what was going on. The Zealots are a little bit of a tell. Zealots are just really odd in this kind. I mean, he might just be trying to fake out charge. But Zealots are a sign that something is wrong. It's not quite adding up. The math doesn't make sense, man. As Oracle's a poke in. Gonna be zoned away. Oracles are zoned. There's that Fleet Beacon, but the Overseer sees everything. Both Stargates and the Fleet Beacon as well. Ay, ay, ay. So we're rushing into either Carrier or Tempest. +1 air attack is on the way. But it's going to take a long time for this to come online, just because how late the Fleet Beacon is. Oracles, they go for the expansion. The base. The base should go down. But GG Machine does snipe the Oracle, not bad. Does snipe. Oracle does fall. And also does confirm it's going to be Carrier. So Mass Carrier, Spire is already done. Again, it's a really quirky and really awkward build that Knifings is trying to pull off. The problem, though, is that GG Machine has seen everything every step of the way and is going out for a Queen push. So we're going for the German Taxi, Ling, Roach, Ravager, Queen all in. GG Machine has the 4th base just for Larva, and is going for the kill. Going for the throat. Diving on the ground army. Files, they will connect. Ooh, brutal connections. They shut down the Stalkers. Stalkers do go down. And from here, we can just keep pushing into the bases. Queens are here to support. We have 7 Corruptors on the way. I don't know if there are enough Queens, though. They try to transfuse. 1 Queen goes down. Yeah, Queens are going to get the hell out of here. There's not enough to do with the carriers. But they still do support. GG Machine going for the expansion. And the base will go down. Denies the Mothership. Mothership is denied. That was worth it. Oh no, the rally here into the army and all the perps are going down. Ay, ay, ay. Knifing is trying to expand elsewhere. Taking the 4th base. And the Corruptors have arrived. And they arrived just in time to chase down the carriers. Gets 1. Gets 1. We'll get 2. And may barely get all 3. There's 1 carrier left. That's a 1. That is 0. GG gets called. Knifings is broken. And GG Machine will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played, does take a lead in the series. Again, a really quirky build that Night Phoenix. Not just the rush into carrier, but the way he rushed into carrier. The fact that he did go for the later Fleet Beacon, the earlier second Stargate, did go to 4 Oracles, and did go for an earlier gateway count as well. Like, it was an interesting kind of setup there. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit too messy. GG Machine, he scouted everything. That's maybe the more important part, is that GG Machine, he saw everything every step of the way, so was able to react, respond, and move out on 3 bases with the German taxi. I was a little bit concerned that it was going to hit, or that the Corruptors would be too late to support the Queens, but in the end, it lined up. In the end, it did barely line up. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Hecate. Oh, another one of these older maps. It's been a while, man. It's been a while. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player himself leading the series 1-0. It is a GG Machine. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss, the Ukrainian Protoss representing Astronaut Esports. It is at Night Phoenix. And again, game 1, I think, is probably a good example of what we're expecting out of Night Phoenix, is just some more quirkier, like, outside of the box thinking play. Something a little bit more out of the norm, abnormal. Show us what you got. As hey, it works, does work. It is able to make it work from time to time against these top players. So we'll see what Night Phoenix brings to the table this time. What do you got? From here, we are just going to be calming down, getting into our openers, hatch gas pool, standard opener out of GG Machine. Likewise, Night Phoenix going for the gate, expand. From here, we'll keep our eyes open to see if Night Phoenix does go for another Stargate, or if we do go for something crazier and more aggressive earlier on, like a Twilight Council or even a Robo. It is going to be that Stargate. Stargate is on the way. And GG Machine, he is actually making a massive surge of links here. We have 16 links in production, 18, Jesus, that's a lot of Zerglings. The purpose here is to deny the third base. Oh, okay, never mind, we're going for an all-in. We're going for the all-in. It's gonna be a Link Queen all-in across the map. We're walking, we're waddling. Behind this, GG Machine is gonna be droning, but this is late drones, late saturation. GG Machine, he has to at least break the third. At least break the expansion. As Links move in. They collapse on the pylon. They collapse on the base. They will force a cancel. This is nice and all. Oh, this is a cancellation. But is that all we're getting? Night Phoenix does re-expand. Again, G Machine has a lot of joining to do. Lings there poke in. They get some nice service area here on the gateway. Ooh. They do confirm the base. Confirm the expansion. Queens, they zone away the oracles. Only 2 queens. Gateway's getting very low. The gateway is going to go down. Gear takes down the gateway. Nice control by Night Phoenix. Does pull back. Pulls back, pulls away. The queens are going to buy some time, but Lings, I don't think there's enough DPS here. As the oracles should clean up. And Night Phoenix holds. And in the end, where exactly are we? So G Machine has been droning up quite heavily here and is still droning. Did deny the base, did force the cancel, did delay the third. It's true, but also lost 2 queens. So the queen count is lower. And G Machine still has some journey to do. Meanwhile, second Stargate. Same follow-up, second Stargate, 3 more gateways. We're expecting a fleet beacon, and we're expecting a rush into carrier. So we're expecting the same thing. Getting there in a bit of a different way. Still getting there. This time, can Night Phoenix make it work? Does harass, does keep G Machine busy. Here comes our fleet beacon. It's on the way. Again, the carriers are on the horizon. Jesus, we've built up now 7 oracles. Oh my god. Yeah, 7 oracles move in, and they will break through every single queen. The queens all go down. The spore goes down as well. Yeah, the anti-air is just not there. The anti-air is not there. Again, not enough queens. Spore was too far back. Machine trying to hold on here. Trying to. He's up the ground army at least, but the base will still fall. Nice pick up here by Night Phoenix. Oh, I spoke too soon. The base survives. Uh-oh. The expansion does survive. Opts on to go for the Spire, going for the Hydrogen instead. And we do see Massive Void Ray. Nice scout here from G Machine. Again, the Hydrogen is actually going to work quite well against Massive Void Ray. This is what to go for. Tech to go for. And I'm worried for Night Phoenix. Like, sure, he was able to reset the queen counts, but as Hydra's mass up, there's no good answer here. What do you need against Hydra is typically splash damage. Storm, Colossus, Charge or Archon. But remember, there's no Twilight Council, there's no charge. There's no charge, no Archons, there's nothing. Just purely Oracle, Void Ray, Slow Lots, Carrier. So Ling Hydra can trade very well here. They deny base. Sure, tempted to dive on the hatchery. Tempted. Oof. Has no Hydra range, okay. Range on the Hydras. Just now finishing up. And G Machine is pushing. Does intercept, getting 1, getting 2 more oracles, down to 1 oracle remaining. Behind this, we got the slow loss to defend. Let's go. Force fields that look down some of the Hydras. True. Look down some. And it looks like the Hydra count is not high enough. Yeah, not enough Hydras here. Hydra's going to be cleaned up. Night Phoenix will hold. And the Hydra count is not where it needs to be. Now, if Night Phoenix can build up to 6 carriers, then the Hydras will not be enough. Hydras that don't really scale too well into a longer game against Skytoss, even without splash damage. So Night Phoenix, he just has to hit critical mass a carrier. And the Hydras will do nothing. Meanwhile, Microbial Shroud on the way. Let's go. We have the one Infester. Force fields, they get 1 Hydra. Not 2. The Hydra goes down. He does Microbial Shrouds. As he cannot push out that choke point. You have a very secure 4-base setup here for Night Phoenix. And G Machine now taking. Ooh. Now he's taking up. Night Phoenix out of position. Yeah, completely out of position. Yeah, just a wrong rotation. You assume the armor was rotating, that means that the shield batteries go down. Please, they bust into the mineral line. Same time, it does keep up with the Zealots. Oh, landing a fumble. Nice microbial shroud. Yeah, it does go for the shroud. Starter steps in. Going for the dive. Does he have another shroud though? He does not. Yeah, with only 1, it's not enough. The Hydras, they will just crumble. All the Hydras going to be cleaned up. The ground army is likewise also going down as well. And Night Phoenix, let's go. We're here to make a series out of this. We're here to put a point on the board. Cleaning up all the drones, breaking the expansion. And at this point, G Machine, he cannot deal with this. There's just too many carriers. At this point, we spoke earlier that you want to hit critical mass, you want to hit 6 carriers, and Night Phoenix is there. He has reached 6 carriers. This is where Hydras cannot actually push into this on their own. There's some Corruptors on the way, but the Corruptor count is going to be low. Now, Corruptors plus Hydras plus Queens, this can maybe make a stand. You can try it. Oh god, no. It's a recall. It's a recall. Still very tense. This game is slowing down. That is true, but typically when you're in this kind of game state, the Zerg player needs to be up on bases and up on economy to be able to overwhelm and to be able to have a larger army. The reason why is because the Protoss army is just more efficient. It's just more efficient. So the Zerg player needs more bases, needs more money, needs a larger army. And if that doesn't happen, then, I mean, Night Phoenix is going to snowball out of control. He is snowballing out of control. Now, G Machine, he maxes out, and he has to hit soon. He has to strike soon before Night Phoenix catches up in supply. So, G Machine is on a timer. Waiting for his Vipers. Vipers are on the way. By the time Vipers come out, I believe Storm should be ready, and Night Phoenix is perfecting his army. From Sky Toss into Archon and Storm support. So we got Archon, High Templar, Immortal, Carrier, Tempest is kind of like the ideal composition. Night Phoenix is still working on that, it's getting there. They hit the wall. They break through. Let's see down the front door. There's a recall. Carrier's recall to defend. More carriers on the way. Jesus, how many High Templar? 4. Okay, very low High Templar count actually. Only 4. Does he feedback? Archon count is low as well. If at all possible, ideally, GG Machine wants to go in, wants a power bomb, and then dive on those carriers. But with the higher Archon count, that's not going to be possible. Run on the right, or Archon to defend. So let's move in. Ooh, nice, very nice feedbacks. Feedbacks to Vipers, no powerbomb, no abductions, no nothing. I think one by is dealt with. The one link popping on. Hey, that one link gets 7 kills. The one's directly has 7 probe kills. Let's go. The probes, they can just kill it. They can just kill it, man. It's moving in. Pushing in, does land 1 power bomb. Ooh, and no splits. Okay, splits towards the end. Self distract. Lurker's in position, and Spine Shot's taking while they get 2 High Templar. 2 Templar go down. Still 4 left. Night Phoenix is maxed, but no Tempest. And no Tempest, just going Mass Carrier instead. The Corruptors go for the dive. Storms are connecting. But where are the Archons? Yeah, not enough Archons. Barely not enough Archons. And Templar going to be going down. The Carriers go down. And Night Phoenix, GG Machine does take the fight. And now you can just keep pushing. You can just keep on going. Again, a Mass Carrier needs Archon support. There were only 2 Archons. Once they went down, there was just nothing left. Now we're warping in more Archons, but it's too late. It's too late. We needed more Archons. Again, the reason why you need that ground support is because it punishes the Corruptors from diving. Like, it stops them from diving in like that. If you have enough Archons on the ground, and Storm as well. Machine just going straight for the kill, straight for the natural. Let's have a couple of extra storms, 1 more storm left. But as you can see here, we just dive in. The Archons are busy with the ground army. GG gets called, and GG Machine, he overwhelms. He will take the series 2-0, taking down Night Phoenix and advancing on a face-off against ByuN. GG. Whew. a very, very intense final game there. Again, game 1 was more one-sided in favor of GG Machine. Game 2 was more back and forth. Knife Feast, he got to his critical massive carrier, but he extended that a little bit too much even. Basically, he went up to 6 carrier and he kept going up to what, like 10 carriers towards the end. Ideally, you do want some ground support. Ideally, you want to diversify your army a little bit more, make it more complex, as otherwise you can just go for the dive with those corruptors, as we saw. GG well played. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Miguelito, Vindicta in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great time. Gracias. Oh. As we are getting into Jay, just in time for a Terran matchup. True, because what is up next? Up next, we're going to be getting into GG Machine versus ByuN. ByuN is going to be stepping up to the plate here. As our next competitor. Here we go. Terran. Beautiful. So ByuN versus GG Machine is going to be coming up next in a best of 3. We have 3 series remaining. Again, ByuN versus GG Machine, Art versus Honmono, and a Creator versus Harstem. Art coming up next. Let's go. But again, gracias. Thank you. Do appreciate it. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have the blue Terran player. With the blue Terran, we have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is a ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg player himself. It is a GG Machine. Also, I appreciate that you were able to stream some of your judging process of TLMC 18 and 19. I appreciate it. I don't know if you heard, but I stepped up and have been judging the maps for TLMC 21. And it was really useful. I was curious as to like what your thought process was for some of the maps and for judging like the previous TLMC. So I was skimming over the VODs, allowing some greater perspective when going through the maps myself. So thank you. As now 2x Reaper. 2x Reaper out of ByuN. Does go for a much more aggressive opener here. The goal here is to delay the third base to contain the Zerg player, and we'll see what ByuN get done. Behind this, we can go for a third Rax as well. We can commit a little bit harder. We'll see if ByuN does double down. Also, welcome one all to Hecate. Hecate is one of the older maps in the map pool from many years ago. Again, this is the OC mid-season playoffs, and for OC events, they do feature an extended map pool with some of these older maps, with Ancient Cistern, with Hecate, and with Golden Aura. Those are the 3 maps that were added to the map pool. So Golden Aura, Hecate, and Ancient Cistern. As our Reapers are amassing, and will soon be moving out. Now the Overlord does confirm. So with this, GG Machine should prioritize link speed. He doesn't pull out. He does not pull out of gas. Link speed should be on the way, and GG Machine should be able to defend on 2 bases. Now you can try to slip out a drone, keep it hidden, and come in for a sneaky third to get it at a more reasonable time, but it can be quite risky to pull that off. Oh, as ByuN, he does open up with his initial Reapers. Typically, you go up to 3 Reapers, then you start your transition. But here, ByuN, he already begins the Reactor. Reactor is already on the way. So ByuN only going for a double Reaper opener. So only 2 Reapers, a very light commitment into this build, into the 2x. Followed by what? Followed by the earlier add-ons, Reactor, Tech Lab, and an earlier third rack. So we do have a faster stim timing behind this. Okay, interesting. You have my attention. So a much earlier stim follow-up, earlier than normal. ByuN pokes in, ByuN pulls away. So far he is achieving what he wanted, which is containing the Zerg on 2 bases, forcing out more Zerglings, and disrupting the economy. Now, GG Machine across this, he is aware of the faster add-ons. True, like he has a piece of the puzzle. He knows about the faster add-ons, he knows about the faster upgrades, he knows about the minimal amounts of Reaper. But first things first, GG Machine has to expand. does have to expand here. There we go. Taking the triangular third. Pokes in, pulls away. Behind this, going for the earlier Eva chamber. This is crucial for +1 carapace, as that may be able to finish up in time. I say that, never mind, we're already pushing. Like again, this hits so fast. We have the mass amount of Marines. We're waiting for reinforcements. And G Machine gonna have to defend with purely Queens and Zerglings. Oh boy. Sim is finishing up in a couple of seconds. And rotates over towards the third. Oh, where are we headed? Rotates over towards the third base. +1 carapace has begun. We're holding onto that Sim. He wants the Queens. Doesn't want to waste the Sim. Doesn't want to waste it. Remember, he has no medevacs. There it is, he stims in, he gets one, he gets two. He takes down 2 Queens, starts steps against the Lings, and Lings, they should be cleaned up. Yeah, Lings, they cannot engage. Every Queen will fall, and this might just break the third. The Lings, they come in for this round. Once again, nice kiting here by ByuN. But he's running out of Marines, and G Machine, he cleans up, he holds. He holds onto the base, but at a cost. At a cost of what? At a cost of 36 Lings and 3 Queens, and the Overlord as well. Nice damage by ByuN, and remember, behind this ByuN, he's working on +1. +1 is on the way. We have the starport on the way as well. ByuN is working on that next step. And he's ahead. ByuN, he's ahead economically. G Machine, he has a lot of droning to do. Let's go to catch up. Here's gonna catch up, gonna saturate. ByuN working on the next timing, is going for a 3rd CC, but a bit of a, I say bit of, is a later 3rd CC. And we're waiting for the medevacs, waiting for the drop play. Still quite tense. Moving out. Here come the medevacs. The Overlord did spot the medevacs moving out. He's aware. G Machine getting ready. Bailey's speed is still on the way. So once again, just pure Ling Queen defense. But this time the Lings have +1 carapace. Goodness, +1 attack to make up for that. Stims in. Just stim in. From here, he just stands and fights. He trades well, ensuring there was no surround. That's now going to be forced to pick up. Oh, never mind. He just takes it. He just takes down all the Lings. Very efficient trades here from ByuN. Back at home, he defends. And G Machine, what's brutal here is that he's losing so many Zerglings, he has to replace them. He has to replace the Lings, which means the drone count is still very low. Drone count, low economy. ByuN going first before she defends back at home. We have the attempted link run by. ByuN gaining ground. Mainly speed is helping here, but GG Machine, he will supply blocked. And is attempting to get into his own hive production, or hive tech. He's going for the hive. GG Machine, he should be able to hold on here. Never mind. He does get on top of the first tank. But the Marines, they kite well. As well, we do have a rally across the map. And splitting up his forces. Splits up, moves in. And these are just better trades for ByuN. It's one of those things where, sure, GG Machine, he saves the base. He's saving the bases, he's saving the expansions, but it's all coming at a cost, and it's just not allowing GG Machine to turn. Oh, wait, the target firing! Focus down all the Baylings. Baylings go down, and GG Machine just falling further behind. Behind this, he's rushing into Ultras. I mean, that can be a way for him to recover in this game, if he can get there. Just rushing into that Ultra tech. Can he get there? Now again, thankfully for GG Machine, ByuN, he's been keeping his main army at home for the most part, like the tanks, the Marines, the reinforcements. He has not been committing too hard. It's only been drop play, which has still been very effective, don't get me wrong. oh my god, forcing so much friendly fire. The Windmine kills more Marines than the Lings. But ByuN is dropping. ByuN dropping in. His army is forced back home. In there. Still moving out with drop play. Triple drop towards the left. Ultras are popping out. I believe this is pre-Ghost. Yeah, there's no academy. No academy. No Ghosts, no Liberators. Ultras, they will have a bit of a power spike once we can get into those upgrades. And Ultras are revealed. Ultras have arrived. God, but the drone count is still so... I'm shocked that we're 12 minutes into the game. GG Machine, he has 64 drones. That's under 3 base economy. That's insane. we need some drones, man. He just hasn't been able to, just because of the trade, just because of ByuN. ByuN has been just killing so many Lings throughout the course of this game. How many? It's been 265 Zerglings. So every time there's any larva to work with, and GG Machine, he just rebuilds those Lings. Just hasn't been able to drone up. Which means he can't afford to lose these Ultras. He can't afford it. Oof, oh, good. Brutal mine connections. ByuN gets across the map, and back at him, there's nothing. Back at him, there's nothing. You can see GG Machine, he reacts with everything he has. He's racing back to defend. Marines, they take over the fourth. Takes down the expansion. Liberation has arrived. ByuN, he tries to lock down the Ultras, but too late. Yeah, too late with the mules. ByuN, he's having fun. Calm down, ByuN, calm down. For those that are curious, you can use mules like force fields, where you can lock down an army and lock in some Ultras. but the mules are too late and he didn't have enough mules. Popping off, ByuN kills the 5th base, and Hydrogen Machine down to 3. Down to 3 expansions, he's heavily oversaturated. ByuN also losing SCVs, true. Does lose a lot of workers across the map. Uh-oh. We're getting a little bit shaky here. ByuN still has the advantage, of course. Did lose an expansion. From here, does take the Baileys to the face. The Baileys connect to the face. To the face. Oh god. And there we go. I was about to say that we should be seeing one of the bases floated over. There it is, the main base floats over to take as a 4th. Now this tells me that the 4th base will not be a planetary, so that will make it more vulnerable to run bys like this. As Lings, they keep moving in. Oh. We catch some reinforcements, but GG gets called as ByuN, he moves out across the map, and with that, ByuN takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. ByuN does take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense game here. For the most part, ByuN was in control, but GG Machine, he was able to hang on for a long time. That was also partially because ByuN was not going for main pushes. He was just going for drop play. Just exclusively, just non-stop drop play back and forth. So he was always out trading, but never quite killing, never quite breaking the expansion until towards the tail end when the base finally went down. But yeah, GG Machine, he was just overwhelmed. He never had the breathing room to drone up, to saturate. It was a really unique build out of ByuN. Remember, at the start of the game, it was not your typical standard 2x Reaper. It was 2x Reaper, but he only made 2 Reapers. Usually you make at least 3, but he made 2 Reapers, which means he went into a faster reactor, faster tech lab, faster marine production, faster stim, and he went for a very early stim timing. And remember, he killed 3 queens. He got 3 queens, he traded very well against the Zerglings, and he kind of started that ball rolling. The momentum started and didn't really stop for ByuN. So GG, well played. With that, ByuN takes the lead in the series. Now we're getting to game 2. We're going to be loading into Tokamak. We'll see if ByuN can close it out here and now, or if GG Machine can recover. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player himself down in the series. We'll see if he mounts back. It is a GG Machine. Let's go. Here we go. This time ByuN is setting up and going for a standard opener. There's no extra maxes on the low grounds. No 2x Reaper, not this time. Not this time. So players are opening up. Here we are just going to be opening up. We do have our standard openers, hatch gas pool, likewise racks expand out of ByuN. Important to point out just because of the 2x Reaper that ByuN had last time. True. And from here we should be calming things down. ByuN, he can be quite fond of very buy-heavy mid-game, going into 3 Raxes, delaying his 3rd base, or even going 3 CC2 on 1. Keep an eye on our Terran. From the side of GG Machine, it's going to be up to our Zerg player to tighten up his defenses. I mean, again, just because of the aggression of ByuN last game, GG Machine had a really hard time getting up to a 4 base economy. He never did. He never got up to a 4 base economy. Just never happened. But now we're loading into Tokamak, one of the larger maps in the map pool. I would say that there's a higher chance for GG Machine to be able to stabilize on 4 bases here on Tokamak. It's a higher chance. ByuN going for the third TC. Third TC before Starport, economic opener. Everything looking as it should so far. Tokamak is not really known for 8 Raxes, so we're not really leaning towards that. From here we can get into a more standard mid-game, into a 7-minute move-out. Let's go for the Island Swap. Likewise, GG Machine, we'll see if we go for a Roach-based opener. So far, did try to go Ling Bane into Ultra, which again can be very difficult to get away with. Oh, nice pickoff. GG Machine takes down the Reaper. Set up. And we do have just our setup for Ling Bane. Baneliness gets thrown down. Now this is a bit of an earlier Baneliness from GG Machine. It is going to be Nest first into a lair, so very safe play. Now this, what does this mean? This means that GG Machine, he'll have Banelings ready for a Hellbat defense. So if ByuN moved out with, say, like a 2-on-1 Hellbat push or something more aggressive like that, then Banelings will be ready for it. Otherwise, this is, yeah, just a safer way to play. This is going to be foregoing earlier Evo chambers, so there's a bit of a give and take here. Does mean that upgrades are going to be delayed for GG Machine. Specifically 1-1. So delayed upgrades. Double eBay already on the way for ByuN. So ByuN will have that upgrade lead. Have that strong timing available to him. Meanwhile, we're still missing the Evo chambers from GG Machine. He's just now taking his gases, just saturating. The benefit of the earlier layer is earlier Baneling speed timing. So Baneling speed is going to be available quite fast. Oh, and we're rushing into Hive? Oh, God. So GG Machine going for the infestation bit into early Hive. Once again, looks like he wants to go Ling Bane into Ultra. Okay. Wants to rush into those ultras. It's gonna be difficult, is what I will say. Gonna be difficult to get away with this. Manages to hit the main. They scout the pit. ByuN knows. Yeah, he knows, he's aware. Which means ByuN knows that there's gonna be a very strong timing available to him, where he can strike before the Hive is done, before the ultras are ready. Does confirm the ultra, the Hive is in production. And it's getting a hand so far. 10 drone kills. I wouldn't be opposed to ByuN even A-Raxing from here, but he's getting more gases. He's taking gases at the third base. He's getting a factory. So ByuN is building up in towards a longer game. Oh. Banshees are sniped. And here comes the 7-minute push. Yeah, this hits at 7 minutes. This hits with 1-1. Hits with the upgrades. And It's gonna be a tough hold here for GG Machine. Now, thankfully, he does have Baneling speed, but it's gonna be 0-0 Ling Bane. And again, he is investing into the Hive. Sims in, clears up all the creep. He does get away in time, doesn't get surrounded, and this hatchery should fall. Machine trying to come in from behind. We'll get a tank. So let's get a tank. We'll force big up. Ooh, Baneling connects. I'll say 1 or 2 Banelings did connect, but those are all the Banelings. Those are all the Banelings. Aliens are going for the Hellbats, they morph in. There's no answer, there's no Hellbats, there's no Banelings. Yeah, without Banelings, the Hellbats, they just have free reign, hatchery goes down, and GG Machine is just being pulled apart. Oof, ay, ay, ay. The Queens will eventually clean this up. This is already so much damage. Lings, they attempt this around, but again, they don't have any upgrades. They have no upgrades for the Lings. Can't fight the Marines. Not like that, man. And ByuN is snowballing out of control. He's just snowballing out of control. He's breaking the 4th base, pushing into the 3rd. There's barely any Ling Bane. Sure, the Ultra Cavern just finished. Sure, we have Adrenal on the way. Ultra production has begun, but it doesn't matter. The Ultras are coming. If you recall, ByuN, he's aware that Ultras are on the way. Just because he scouted the Infestation bit and the Hive earlier. So he knows. GG Machine going for a massive counterattack. ByuN is at home. He did not rally. ByuN is ready. Now this position should be cleaned up. With the help of the Ultras, GG Machine should have enough. ByuN does lift. Oh, it does attempt to. Oh, there we go. Does lift, does pull away. Oh, that's we do force some friendly fire, okay. The Widowmine pops off in favor of GG Machine. But the efficiency is just too much, and soon ByuN can just move. There's 2 Banelings in the mix. And 1 does connect, okay. 1 Baneling does connect. Should not have happened. More Banelings on the way. GG Machine, he's holding on. He's holding on. The deer life. Once again, he's down to 68 workers. Once again, down to a 3 base economy. ByuN going for a split push. Oh. Pull away. Lings, they tend to engage, but even here, even against Master Marauder, they cannot trade well. One of the Ultras. Ultra goes down. GG gets called, and GG Machine just cannot keep up. Not anymore, and ByuN will take the series 2-0. GG. Get an impressive showing here by ByuN. GG Machine, for both Game 1 and Game 2, he was holding on, he was surviving, he was weathering the storm, but he never really had any momentum or economy himself, so he could never really threaten ByuN. So a very comfortable series here by ByuN, as he was never really in any danger. He was able to just maintain his aggression, maintain his map control, and just snowball from there. GG. GG, well played. ByuN does claim the series, and with that, we are nearing the tail end of the broadcast. We have 2 series left, 2 series remaining. It's going to be Art versus Honmono and Creator versus Harstem. We have 2 series remaining here, and we'll see where our players do take us. For now, we're going to be going on a very short break here before we wrap things up. So we'll see you guys soon after the short break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the finale, to the tail end of the broadcast here. Welcome back. It has been as we've been working through the OSC mid-season playoffs. Sorry, a little bit frazzled. I did not get a little sleep last night. Did not get a little sleep, so we've been working through it here, but it's okay. We are good, we are energized, and we are ready for the tail end of the broadcast. We have 2 best of 3s remaining. We have Homono and Art, followed by Harstem versus Creator. Here we go. Again, we were live last night with the Wardy TV Monday, and tonight we're going to be live with Sparkling Tunic Cup as well. So again, the StarCraft does not end. I will say this ahead of time. Tomorrow, I don't know if I'm going to be able to cover Pegasus Cup. Pegasus Cup is tomorrow morning, and we'll see how things line up, as I might otherwise be busy and preoccupied with something else. But hopefully we'll be there. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Just a little bit less certain about Pegasus Cup. But for, of course, tonight's Tunic Cup and for all the other events that we have listed, we should be good to go. As we're jumping into our fresh best of 3, jumping into Honmono versus Art. And this should be a shorter series, I'll be honest. Homono and Art, especially Homono, he's an animal. He's an absolute animal. He is hyper aggressive, of course, and we'll see how he will approach this. This morning in the bottom left-hand corner of Leylands, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the yellow Terran for Team Hyper 1. It is Honmono. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player. It is, for Quasar, Art. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as you get into our best of 3. Let's go. Now again, Homono, typically in this matchup, he is hyper aggressive and we go for a lot of all-ins. A lot of all-ins, a lot of hyper aggression is what we expect. True. Go. Here we're going to be settling in. When it comes to hyper aggression, we're expecting typically 2 base all-ins. Double gas openers to a faster factory before CC, so we have already a more tech heavy start out of Honmono. Already more tech heavy. Building up. Zard is going for a Sandro to himself. Just going for his own gate expand into Cybercore. Standard stuff here out of Art. Homono eyes is still on him. From here, we should be expanding. Just Rax Factory into CC. 1 base all in. Never mind. 1-1-1 out of Honmono. 1 base all in. Again, this is kind of what we expect out of Honmono. I mean, 1 base all-ins, 2 base all-ins. Now, Art should be familiar with his opponents, but Art has to confirm. He has to figure out what the hell's going on because Homono has a lot of builds up his sleeve. He has Mass Reaper. He has, of course, 1-1-1, a tank, a Banshee push, tank, a Liberator push instead. Can throw down 4 Raxes and pull the boys with a 4 Rax. And rush into Proxy Ghost. Some nonsense. So again, it's on Art to confirm. Hallucination does move out. Moves out with Hallucination. And we'll see if Art can confirm. So based on his vision, he moves in. He confirms no expansion yet. And Homeowner, he will deny the sale. Yeah, he does deny the scouts. Oh, Art doesn't know. Art, he has no idea what's going on. For all he knows, it could be a CC on the high ground. That's the problem here. There could be a CC. Going for a Blink-based opener. Does have a safety shield battery. Hallucination spots a tank. I don't know if you noticed those for a second. The boys are being pulled. And he confirms. He sees the 1-1-1. He's aware there's no expansion. We need shield batteries, we need more. There it is, second shield batteries on the way. Getting a second, getting a third shield battery. The boys are coming. The boys are coming. Here, it's moving in. Tank volley's going up. Tank shells say do zone away the stalkers. And you can see that Arch is being bullied further back here. Blink is done in a couple of seconds, that will help, but now we have a third tank. At this point, cannot blink in. Yeah, Arch cannot blink forward. The Robo's under fire. If the Robo goes down, then that's going to be game. GG gets called. There's no stopping this. And Homono snowballs out of control with the one base all in. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, late scout out of Arch when it comes to recognizing what was going on, and Arch was unable to slow down the push. Ideally, you do want to be active on the map, and you want to be forcing early sieges, picking up Marines, picking up some key units, delaying the push for as long as possible as the Protoss player. But Arch was stuck at home, was setting up a shield batteries, but again, Homono, he was freely able to just push across the map and actually siege up within range of the natural. Again, you have to be able to slow down those tanks if they get within range. I mean, that's game. It's game then and there. GG. GG, well played. With that, Homono takes the lead, and now we're jumping to game number 2. We're jumping into game 2. Go. This morning in the top right corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the yellow Terran leading the series 1-0, and one game away from claiming the series. We'll see if we can close it out here and now. It is Homono. And this morning in the bottom right corner, we have the red Protoss player for Quasar down in the series. Can he bounce back? It is Art. Go. Okay, so we are building up. From here, I mean, Homono, we're expecting another all-in, another double gas opener into a faster factory. Typically, this is a standard opener to go into faster tech, into a delayed expansion, but with Homono, this could be the beginning of, once again, a one-base all-in. Now, at least Hart is made aware of that. At least Art is somewhat aware of the potential here, of the aggression of Homono. So we'll see how he reacts. So we have our one base setup. Goes to the depot, goes to the reactor. And Art, he's at least aware of how committed this is on one base. Going for the sentry, going for hallucinations. And yep, one base all in. One base all in, papi. Let's go. Let's go. Viva México, papi. Ay, ay, ay. Este Agon. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. As a homeowner, he is building up. So far, it looks like the same build, to be honest. It does look like a very similar build. And this time, Art will be able to confirm. Goes further in. And it confirms the 1-1-1 setup. Now, as we mentioned before, the shield battery is a little bit early. That's an early shield battery. But as you mentioned before, it's going to be on Art to be active with those stalkers. Actually going into BC. He's crazy. One base BC with the proxy fusion core. Hon mono. Ay, ay, ay. So fusion core is going to be hidden. We do have a second Rex on the way. Soon to be a tech lab. There's the add-on swap into what? Into battle cruisers. Oh boy. So one base BC. Again, Homono proving you can do whatever you want, mate. You can the highest level play. Freestyle it up, man. You can be an animal like Homono. Your BC's on the way. He's amassing. The hallucination doesn't really confirm because of the hidden fusion core. He sees a tech lab on the starport, but this could just be Banshee, right? This could just be Banshee. For all Art knows, Art, he's setting up back at home and getting a robo, throwing down more shield batteries. Thankfully, this time Art is being active. We criticized Art earlier. You got to be active with those stalkers. These are early shield batteries, though. Again, like these resources could be spent on more probes, on pylons, on saturation, and you ideally want the shield batteries as the army pushes in, finishing up it. Boys being pulled. Boys being pulled. Art, he is slowing this down. Does force a siege. Gets a couple of Marines. So nice big offs. Oh no! Not quite paying attention. We'll lose 1, 2 stalkers. And here we go. BC into the main. BC does distract. So far, only 3 kills. Nothing major. 3 workers in the main. Ooh, catching out the stalkers. And remember, it's not just about the BCs, it's about the ground army as well. As here we go, he gets through. Yeah, he breaks through the stalkers out of position. Now we just rally across the map towards the natural. And what is it to defend? There's 1 immortal, okay. He's got immortal production. Hello! Catching out the stalkers. Picking up another stalker. Another 2 getting very low. And sentry goes down. The tank is going to be targeted. Does get the tank. Now going for the BC. Art, he's holding. Art, he's holding on. Snipes all the high-tech units. Only even the Marines left. And Art is surviving. As Homeowner, he only got the 1 BC. Only 1 battlecruiser. Nice snipe in the observer. There's a recall back home. And this is still very tense. I do give the edge to Art though. Art, he was able to survive the first wave. He killed the BC. Killed the first tank. And now he can build the Immortal. The Immortal's out. The Immortal has arrived. Yeah, blinks in, dives on the tank. It does have a bit of a misclick. It does misclick, but he does get the tank at the end, the medivac as well, and Homeowner, he has nothing. He has nothing to work with. Art has survived, Art has defended. And GG. Art ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew, let's go. We're going to the ace match. This time, Art, he was able to be more proactive. Again, after the first game, Art, he was a lot more safe, a little more active, and a little more mentally prepared for the one-base play of Homeowner. Sure, he didn't know that there were BCs coming, but the BC didn't really get much done. The BC killed 3 workers and was able to support the army a little bit, but overall, the BC was not quite worth it. In the end, GG. GG, well played. We're now getting into the ace match, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the yellow Terran player, with the yellow Terran representing Team Hyper 1 being forced into the ace match. Do we go for another 1-base all-in, or do we go for a 2-base all-in? What's it going to be? It is Han Mono. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss we have for Team Quasar tying up the series. It is Art. Here we go. Why the BC run from 2 Stalkers in the main base? It seems like could have wrecked. I do think that he probably could have gotten a little bit more value with the BC in the main base. I think Homono was maybe a little bit too conservative with it. If you remember, there were shield batteries at the natural, but I believe there was not a shield battery in the main. So there was potential there for maybe a little bit more damage. Was potential. Regardless, we're now getting into the next game. Oh, hello. It's going to be another one base all in. We throw down a second Rax. Second Rax in the main. For now, this looks like 2 Rax Reaper. So I'm getting ahead of myself saying it's a 1 base all in. But we have seen Homono throw down a 3rd and 4th Rax, go into a 4 Rax and pull the boys. Like, this is not something that we have not seen before out of Homono. So we're going to throw down extra Raxes. Yep, there we go. 3rd, and then we should be seeing a 4th Rax. So this is going to be a 1 base 4 Rax all in. You do typically pull the boys, and you commit with Mass Marine. This hits very hard. It's hard, hits fast. My apologies. He is actually making with the first Reaper. Are we going into Mass Reaper? With a second gas geyser, we can't afford it. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, Mass Reaper. Okay. So he does cut the 4th Rax. It makes sense because he's mining gas. So he cuts the 4th Rax. It's going to be 3 Rax instead. Mass Reaper. Interesting. Let's see if we can pull this off. Obviously, with this, you don't pull the boys. Mass Reapers, you send it across the map. Back at home, Art is still unaware. He does chrono out the first sentry, so he's going to be able to get the hallucination across the map to confirm what's going on. And it'll come down to the early game defensive play here of Art. This is where there's value in, there we go, getting a shield battery in the main. So shield battery in the main base and a shield battery at the natural, so 1 shield battery in every base. Not bad. What has he seen so far? Oh, we do pull the Jesus. We do pull the boys. Okay, it's all or nothing. Homono, he sends it across the map. Okay, the shield batteries are ready. Oh. Stalker comes from behind and does punish. Very nice. Yeah, nice snipe by Art. Takes down the Reaper. Every Reaper counts. Homono, he collapses on the sentry. Shield batteries within range. That shield battery putting in a lot of work. Yeah, puts in a lot of work. Keeping that sentry alive. We're slowly building up the Stalker count. And we have to focus on those Reapers. Boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled. Reaper goes down. And Homono is losing every single SCV. That was how many? That was 10. 10 SCVs going down. 2 Reapers as well. There's 2 shield batteries now here at the natural. And Art holds. Art, there's no break in this. There's no break in the natural base. There's maybe like a potential rotation into the main. But Art, he's perfectly fine. Homono, yes, he is building up his Reaper count, but I can say the same about the Stalkers. Stalkers are also building up. That was a really weird SCV pull. I can see this build working if there wasn't a safety shield battery, right? If there wasn't a safety shield battery in the bases. Unfortunately, Art, he had 1 in each base, so there was no kind of avenue of attack for Homono. But because of how this series has been going, because Homono is going for a 1 base all in every game in this series, that's why Art is playing safe, right? That's why he was blindly playing safe. This is the problem with cheesing every game, is that your opponent, they like blindly play safe, they blindly play defensive, and they can just hard counter you. As the second wave has arrived, let's go. For the second wave, we got more boys. The boys are here. There's a Guardian Shield or a Force Field. What do we go for? Go for the Force Field. Choking up those Reapers. First shield battery out of Engie. 1 sentry goes down. Ooh, he's getting on top of the Stalkers. He pulls back. Yeah, he pulls back within range. And now we're down to 4 Stalkers. Reapers are also getting picked up though. Down to 4 Reapers. And again, Art is holding. Art, he's going for another warp in. And Homeowner, he's just running out of units, running out of steam. He does get 1 more Stalker. They will lose every SCV. Homeowner down to 10 SCVs. Now he does have mules, true. It's basically on a full 1 base saturation. Ah, no. Double cliff into the main means extra shots. It means you get punished for going up and down. As we have the double cliff face, so Art, he punishes even harder. Gets extra volleys. And behind this, Art just getting fully saturated. He's got 40 probes. Art's out of position. Uh-oh. Now he cannot recall into the main. There's no energy. No energy for the recall. Reapers bust in. Art, at this point, we've got to commit to the base raid. We got to commit. Probes are going down. Art, he has to defend with the bare minimum. With the bare minimum here. And Homeowner knows. He sees. He's like, okay, the army's not here. Does not lift in time. I mean, he has blink. Stalkers, they break in. And GG. GG Art. He will shut down the aggression. Will shut down Honmono. He survives the all-ins that are Honmono, and Art will claim the series at 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Art. He does survive. He does claim the series. Not easy to survive against Homeowner. Again, Homeowner, he 2-0'd Harstem at DreamHack. So Art achieving something greater here. But speaking of, Harstem is coming up next. Also, shout out to Homeowner. Homeowner, he's a very fun player to watch, especially in TVP, because he does nothing but all-ins. And as you saw, it was different every time, right? We saw BCs in game 2. We saw Master Reaper here in game 3. We saw a more dedicated tank all-in in game number 1. So something different. And again, Homeowner, he doesn't have to all-in on 1 base. He also has a lot of 2 base all-ins as well, which I would have appreciated if he mixed in. He mixed in some 2 base all-ins. But regardless, GG well played. And with that, we're now getting into the final series of the broadcast. We're going to be getting into Creator versus Harstem. Let's go. The final series, the final PvP. We'll see if Harstem can keep up. Creator is coming in as one of the favorite players to win the entire tournament. There's some heavy hitters like Creator, like ByuN, like Solar, like MaxPax. There's some big names here in this tournament. Creator is one of them. We'll see how Harstem compares. Now, Harstem has been looking very impressive as of late. If you remember, Harstem did defeat MaxPax, was it 2 weeks ago? It was either 2 or 3 weeks ago in War DCV Monday in the best of 3, went all the way to the ace match, and Harstem did bring him down. We'll see if he can kind of like harness that once again here against Creator. Let's go. Can he pop up? As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the red Protoss player. The South Green Protoss, it is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss, the blue Protoss player himself, from the land of the Netherlands, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Harstem. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Here we go. From here, we do have our initial openers. So far, so good. We have a 2-gate opener out of Creator, likewise 2-gate opener out of Harstem. No one is cutting corners, no one is rushing to a faster third, or no one is rushing to a faster third base, or cutting any tech. Hello. As Harstem, he does veer off to the right-hand side. Does veer off, does hide his probe. And Creator is committing. Okay, so Creator looks like he's setting up for a 1 base all-in. Harstem is going for a fake proxy pylon. Oh boy. Okay, so real proxy, real one base all in at a creator. Harstem trying to figure it out. No, he scouts. Wow, creator. Sorry, Harstem. He does move in. He does scout. He does confirm the pylon. He is aware. Let's go. He is aware. With that creator, does he actually commit at this point? He's been scouted. Does he expand? Looks like he's getting, yeah, he's expanding. Okay, so creator, he's gonna abandon the idea of the all-in. And we'll look to expand instead. Here we go. Oh, going for attack first. Stargate opener out of creator. But again, a really nice adaptation here at a creator, being very fluid with his play. Harstem will shut this down. And Harstem has not scouted across the map yet, actually. So Harstem, for all Harstem knows, it could be a backup pylon, and we could just be committing to the one base all in anyway. So Harstem is a little bit blind as to what's occurring. Adept stage, Juice Shade in towards the main. Harstem, does he wall in time? Up! Oh, he does. Whew. He does barely wall off. Harstem expands, so does creator. Now, thankfully, Harstem is going to check with a hallucination. Harstem will confirm what? He will confirm that there is a Stargate, that there's an Oracle on the way. Harstem should be able to react in time and get ready in the main. Should get ready in time. Does pull out. Yeah, dips in, pulls away, no damage with the Oracle. Behind this, we have no second Oracle at a creator, so far we're keeping up with each other. Harstem's in a decent position here, getting into a third gateway, building up a Duckling Stalkers, and splitting up his army to be defensive, to be ready for the Oracles. So he's ready at the natural, he's ready in the main. Now Harstem, he does have a 3-gate setup. Do we go for a proxy 4th gateway? Do we go for a 2-base all-in? Like, 4-gate blink is hyper aggressive. I mean, if we were to go for an all-in, we get to 5 gateways. We'll see if he commits. We'll see if this is just to reinforce or if he throws down gateways as well. I wouldn't be opposed to it, considering the fact that we had the Stargate, that we had the shaky start for creator. But Harstem pulls away. Never mind. He pulls away. He doesn't make use of this pylon. I mean, he can warp in, but he's not going to throw down any proxies. So the game will continue from here. The game does continue. Harstem still has the higher Stalker count because of the extra gateway, so he can leverage that. Meanwhile, Creator, he expands. So Creator will have the better economy. Harstem currently has the larger army. And we'll see what Harstem can achieve. He's moving out. Does get a free Adept. Not bad. So far, Harstem catching up some of these Stalkers. Nice bait on the Stasis. And again, Harstem does have the larger army because of this third. And can he knock it down? Baits out the Stasis with the hallucination. Back at him, Harstem expands, gets his own third. Harstem does take the better fight. Again, if he can kill this third base, he can just take a lead. Can he take it? Can he bring it down? Bullying back the main army, greater concave for Harstem, better fight. Creator is being forced back. The boys are being pulled. Creator getting desperate. Harstem, can he get the expansion? He blinks in. 3 more volleys. 2 more. Oh, the last. No, he gets it. Barely does get it. Harstem pulls away. Gets 5 probe kills. Takes down the expansion. Traded well against the main army as well. At the same time, ooh, the Oracle does buff up. Creator, he does deal some counter damage, but Harstem takes a lead. Harstem is down in workers, but he has a third. He has a third base. He has a larger army as well. Remember, he has 20 soldiers to the 13 of Creator, so Creator cannot punish. Creator cannot move out. And Harstem, we should be able to extend his lead from here. Robo's on the way. From here, we should be taking up as well. There are some players that do prefer to go into just pure Mass Blink Stalker, which can work. Just doesn't scale too well into a longer game. So Creator is taking. We have +1. We have Charge. Robo's on the way. Creator, he's expanding, he's taking up, but this is all money that's not being spent on an army. Meanwhile, Harstem, a very low-tech army, just pure Blink Stalker, still warping in. Still warping in. Going for a Dark Shrine follow-up. Interesting. Going for DTs this late. I mean, DTs, they can still gain value over time. They can still do a lot of damage, like regardless of like the game state. There are no cannons, there's no static detection. So DTs, they shouldn't end the game, but they can deal damage. Let's move in. Shuts down those stalkers. And again, Harstem, like he can just break through here. It does snipe the Immortal. The Immortal's the one thing keeping him back. There's a stasis trap, but Harstem, he sees it. He has the Observer. He's aware of the stasis. And Harstem, he should overwhelm. I'll be shocked if Creator can save this base. Does go across. Will do some damage. Nothing. No shield battery. Nothing to defend. Probes will fall for Harstem. But it may not matter. Once again, he's just overwhelming the main army. Ooh, forced to recall. Ay, ay, ay. Forced to recall back home. Creator, he's buying time. Okay. Creator, he's still... Jesus, he's getting 11 probes. 11 probes go down. Oracle finally falls. But that Oracle's keeping Creator in this game. He saves the 3rd base. He saves the 4th base. These bases should have been broken. But that Oracle, the MVP Oracle, keeping Creator in this. And if you remember, we did mention something that now is going to be applicable. Creator's army composition scales better into a longer game. Charge lots, Immortals, Archons, Stalkers, +2 is on the way as well. Creator, the quality of the army is superior to that of Harstem. So as time goes on, I'm getting more and more concerned for Harstem. Harstem still has large Stalker count, he can still make use of this, but he has to make use of it here and now. But now he's pushing into 3 Immortals. He can't. Ooh, he can catch one. One Immortal does get the shield triggered. Another Immortal's exposed. DT into the mineral line. The Creator controls well. He controls the army, pulls away. Observer is coming out. Harstem, he wants that Immortal, gets one! Yeah, so crucial. If he can snipe those Immortals, then he can still win the fight. But he needs those Immortals. Here he blinks forward, takes down the Immortals. Gets one, gets both Immortals. Nice snipes here by Harstem. And with that, Harstem just forcing a better fight, and Harstem may just overwhelm here. Without the Immortals as the backbone to the army, I mean, what does Creator have? No longer has the Immortals. And the DT killed the base. Wow, the Dark Templar killed the expansion. So Harstem's still enjoying the greater economy, and Harstem should just overwhelm with sheer numbers. With sheer numbers, he should just be able to overwhelm. Oh. Peter. For his own push. But Harstem is in position. The Stalker's a little bit too far forward, but there we go. Zelts move in, Archons as well. And Harstem, he can dive on that Prism. He can and he should. There's the blink. The Warp In does complete, but GG gets called. Harstem he overwhelms, and Harstem takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very strong start here for Harstem. Winding it back, if you recall, it was a really shaky start for Creator. What happened? Creator, he attempted the proxy 1 base all in with proxy robo, but the pylon got scattered, so he had to abandon the idea. So because of that, he went into a delayed natural base. I say delayed natural, he delayed even further because he went for a Stargate opener with the Oracle. And if you remember, the Oracle was scattered and didn't do any damage. The Oracle opener didn't do any damage. It led into a very delayed natural expansion. So Creator, he was behind from the openers. He did start from behind. To try to recover from that position, Creator, what did he do? He got a third. He got a faster third expansion. So he was being greedy. He was cutting corners. What did Harstem do? He didn't take a third base. He threw down a third gateway and warped in excess Stalkers. And he went for a delayed third instead. And with that massive army, with that Stalker advantage, Harstem was able to break the first third base and break Creator. GG, well played. From there, as Creator trying to play catch up, and he almost did. To be fair, like, he almost did catch up. He almost did recover. Almost, but not quite. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2, and we'll see if either player commits to a proxy pylon again. It did not work out last game for Creator. Again, he got shut down because of it. Does he try for a second time? As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss. Down in the series, we'll see if he bounces back. It is a Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player, the Blue Protoss from land of the Netherlands. It is Harstem. We go. As we are setting up. We are moving out. Probes, they pass by each other. We're going to be getting into our 2 gate openers. At least we should be. Do you have bracket picks for Bari? I guess we can talk about during the podcast. Who's left in Maestros? I think it's Cyril, Rainer, some of the other. Yeah, we can talk about it during the podcast. Talk about it. It's all good. As now we do have our 2 gate openers all around. We can see that Creator is going to be cutting corners. What do you see? 1 unit. Sentry expands. So greedy build here by, sorry, I said Creator, by Harstem. So greedy build by Harstem, as is going to be going for the faster Nexus, or at least he tries to. Creator has hit a pylon block. And we have wasted money, wasted resources here. We have 470, we have 500 minerals in the bank. Harstem wants to expand. Ooh, brutal pylon block. Harstem gets punished. Harstem is punished. Banking up a lot of money there, hoping to expand, wasn't able to. So a better start for Creator this time. Creator gets a base, and Harstem is denied. As we send out hallucinations. I was very confused. I asked some questions then. I was very confused with how the tournament shaped up. We were casting it live. We were casting it live. We were there. But for now, we're settling in. We do have our robot opener by Harstem. Okay, so going for a bit of a safer start. A robot opener allows you to get into earlier immortal production, so it does allow for early immortals, will allow you to build up a higher immortal count and be more safe, be more defensive. The downside of this style is you lack map control and map control and any kind of pressure on your opponent. As a result, Creator, he's going for Blink. So Creator will have map control, he'll have a more versatile army, more mobile, and it's going to be on Creator to try to find some damage. Oh, we'll see if he can. So he has first Immortal, going for the Warp Prism. Warp Prism can harass across the map. But I appreciate that we're taking different approaches. As Harstem is pushing early. Now, I believe this early move out, this early push, hits before Blink, which actually allows these sentries on force fields to be even more impactful. So this is a cheeky move out here by Harstem. Very cheeky. And we'll see if we can catch anything. Remember, no Blink Stalkers. Force fields will kill Stalkers here. So here we go. As Harstem does move in. It does push. Blink is complete. Creator has Blink, he can hold on, he can defend. So Creator, he's holding the line. Behind this Glaive Adepts, so Harstem is turning this into an all-in. They're going to go Mass Immortal, Mass Glaive Adepts. This is a composition that doesn't scale well into a longer game, but can excel in the mid-game, for sure. So it should be taking a third and massing up. The way this works is at Glaive Adepts, they can actually do a really good job at 1, killing charge lots, but 2, tanking against Stalkers. Adepts, they take a lot of Stalker shots to bring down. So they're amazing at just buffering for what? For your Mass Immortal. Remember, because of the robot opener, your immortal count is going to be very high. So Harstem is not stopping those immortals. He's already up to 3, going to get up to 4, up to eventually 5 and 6 immortals. So it's the immortals to do damage in the back line, and the Adepts there to just soak damage, to buffer. Here we go. Here comes the Gateway Explosion. Harstem, he should just be turtling until he can push. Until he does reach Critical Mass of Immortal. You know what, Creator, he does blink into the main. Oh, he tries to at least. A couple of Stalkers do get in. But a really awkward blink here. As he will get a couple of workers, does recall back. A couple of chaotic moments here for Creator. And how many immortals are we up to? 5. We got 5 immortals, we got the Warp Prism, Adepts are moving out, and here we go, Harstem is pushing. Harstem is on how many? He's on 8 gateways, so again, it's going to be that 2 base all in, no saturation at the 3rd. It's all or nothing for Harstem, and this will hit very hard. Behind this, we can see Creator trying to build up his own immortal count, 3 versus 5. Shield batteries are going to be a must, force fields as well. It's not going to be easy. Gets a sentry. Sentry goes down. Adepts, they're looking to dive on top of the army, dive on top of the sentries. And will commit. It does commit to the shade. Immortals are moving in. Sentries, they go down. And again, there's still 5 immortals here. And they just overwhelm. The immortals, they just break through everything. The boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled into Glaive Adepts, so the boys, they just go down instantly. 1 immortal's going to get picked up. He gets 2. 2 immortals go down to 3. Oh, sorry, down to 4. He saved 1. Oh, there we go. Down to 3 immortals, but that's still more than enough. It's still more than enough here. Harstem, he breaks on through. He overwhelms, and he's here to claim the series. He's here for it. Oh, no. Shield barrier out of energy. Takes down 2. Creator's economy is crippled. And there's nothing to really stop Harstem. So we can keep going. And GG gets called. There is no answer, and Harstem will claim the series 2-0, taking down Creator. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive play here by Harstem. Game 1, he just shut down Creator early. If you remember, it was just a really rough early game for Creator, having a delayed expansion, having the Stargate not do any damage, and having his proxy robo scouted and shut down. So game 1 was just really shaky, and Creator was just playing from behind from the beginning. Here in game 2, Creator, he was unable to achieve much damage with his Blink Stalkers. We spoke about it, but Creator, it was on him to backstab, to pick off an Immortal here and there, a Prism here and there, to get into the base. He tried to, but it was very awkward. We saw that he was beating out a lot of Stalkers, attempting to blink into the main base. It wasn't worth it in the end. He was unable to slow down the army, and Harstem just snowballed out of control. He snowballed out of control. GG, well played. With that, Harstem does claim it, and with that, that wraps up our broadcast. That wraps up our broadcast here for the day. Yeah, we made it, but we made it. 8 best of 3s. Did make it in the end. And when it comes to the rest of our schedule here, we do have quite a lot ahead of us. Bam! Here we go. So again, this was our morning broadcast Tuesday morning. We're going to be live at 7 p.m. KST. That's going to be 8 p.m. AEST. That's going to be in 6 hours. In 6 hours time, we're going to be live here on the CranKy Ducklings with Sparkling Tuna Cup. Tomorrow we have Pigastar Cup into Little League Cup. Then we have RSL throughout the course of Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We have the Pongcast and the KSL in between, sprinkled throughout as well. So a lot of content as always here on the CranKy Ducklings, a lot of StarCraft. As I said before, I'm very tentative on Pigastar Cup. Pigastar Cup is a maybe on that one, just because I might be preoccupied tomorrow morning, so we'll see. We'll see what does happen with Pigastar Cup. But otherwise, we should be good. Otherwise, we should be good to go. And yeah, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. Again, this was day 3 of the mid-season playoffs. When it comes to the rest of the events, hold on. Let's catch up on the bracket. Un momento. Yeah, the thing is, it's a massive bracket. It's huge, Babby. It's huge. Man. Okay, so when it comes to the bracket itself, there's still a lot of matches to go. You can see here we have Solar versus Goblin, we have Skillless versus Nice, we have Hydra going up against Tristiana in the next round, we have Cure versus Eva, we have Nickrat waiting for the winner of that. Nickrat did take down Nightmare earlier, though that was a big win for Nickrat. Spirit, he's up against Percival in a TBT. We have Max Pax versus Lemon in a PvP. That's going to be a spicy one, to be honest. That's going to be a close one. Scrolling down, we do have who else here? Ryung and Yang, we just wrapped that up. Ryung is waiting for the winner of Max Pax and Lemon. We have Cham waiting for the winner of Geralt and Art, as Art did take down Jomek earlier today. ByuN, he just looked down G's Machine. ByuN's up against Jumi. Ooh, ByuN versus Jumi in the next round. Scrolling down a little bit further here, we have Mana versus Art, as Art did survive the aggression of Hon Mono. So you have a PvP between Mana and Art. And of course, we have Harstem. Harstem, he takes down Mute, he takes down Creator, and Harstem is waiting for the winner of Mana and Art. Non-stop PvPs for Harstem. That's unironically just non-stop PvPs in this portion of the bracket. And as you can see, it is a massive bracket here for the OSC mid-season playoffs. And this is only half because, hey, look at this. Double elimination. So you have the entire lower half of the bracket as well. Everyone is still in the tournament. No one has been eliminated, as there are just so many games. It's daunting. That's why I said earlier that this usually lasts like 2 months. Like to get through this tournament, it usually takes around 2 to maybe 3 months at most to actually work through the mid-season playoffs. So it's just a lot of, just because everything gets casted. Every game gets casted. Every series is broadcast in some way. And we just wrapped up day 3/week 2. Second week. So a lot of games, a lot of games. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the support. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's go. Let's go. But otherwise, thanks for watching, and we're going to be heading off for the time being. We're going to be back in 6 hours. I might try to sleep in between. I got a lot of work to do, though, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. Regardless, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you had a great time, and we'll see you guys later on tonight or tomorrow for some more StarCraft. See you then. Bye. See you then. See you next time.